Hello, folks. It's high time to start. So, welcome to our second BA Excellence Conference, second in this year. It will last 2 days, and the lineup of presentations is all around AI topic. That's not just a hype. From my side, it seems like a new blue ocean that will change all working approaches. Business analysis is not an exception. That's why for the agenda, we try to find presentations that can bring light to the topic from different angles. We will speak on how AI can assist BAs in their job, how to work with it. Will it replace BAs from their position? Maybe. Excellent speakers from Miro, Microsoft, EPAM, Bridging the Gap, BA Blogs will share their vision and experience. Stay with us and try to get as much value as possible. I don't want to take too much time for this entry part, but some work moments are worth to be highlighted. As I said previously, we are going to hold this conference 2 days. There are 6 talks in our agenda for each conference day. In case of any questions, so feel free to ask them in our chat. Our facilitators will look through all of them and will try to raise them up with our speakers during Q&A. Also, don't worry if you can't stay with us during all conference days. So all recordings will be uploaded on our YouTube and you will be able to get them in 1 week approximately. So one recommendation from my side here, just please stay subscribed with our YouTube channel. So in this case, you will be notified about new videos. So also a very important part that I just want to raise during this entry part. So from our previous conferences, we got a lot of feedback from your side. 2 important moments were highlighted. First of all, about schedule. I understand that time frame can be not super convenient for all time zones, but still, just please try to join us at least at those time slots when you can do that. So in case you can't, please just stay subscribed on our YouTube channel and watch recordings when it's like more suitable for you. So also very important moment here is like lack of networking. We understand this point, we understand this problem. It's also our pain. So there is why we are working on it. And very soon, I believe global BA community will be able to announce new channel where to keep discussion, where to just develop this networking. So there is why also just follow our global BA community and try not to miss these updates. Also, right now on our screen, you can see a QR code with feedback form. So if you can't stay with us the whole day, so please just keep this form opened and when you watch some presentations, so then just please fill in this form. So that's very important for us just to get some insights from your side. In this case, we can just bring more value to you and to the whole community. Also, important moment that I want to just cover during this entry part. Topics for our upcoming BA Excellence Conference. It will take place in 3 months, approximately, as usually, but still, usually we discuss with our community what topics should be covered, and to be honest, with current BA Excellence Conference, there were no doubt about what topic just to raise, to discuss. So because we have it's, I don't know, from everywhere. And speaking about topics for the upcoming conference, we want to ask you. So please just go to Mentimeter and leave your comments. Don't worry just to do that several times. If you have a lot of ideas, we'll try to analyze it, and very soon we will start call for speakers for our upcoming conference. So that's it from my side, I believe. So one more time, welcome to our BA Excellence Conference. Today we are going to talk about AI, and I hope that you find it very valuable, useful for you. Feel free to ask your questions in our chat and enjoy this day. So see you.
everyone. I hope you can hear me. Tanmoy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. So, hello everyone who joined us today, our Be Excellence conference. My name is Darina and I will be your moderator for this talk. I want to present you our first speaker, Tanmoy Patra. And Tanmoy, just before we started, I want to ask you several questions to hit the atmosphere, right? So yeah, we discussed that it could be weather, but I think it's
Nice.
better to start with some words about you. So please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm working at Miro. I'm a senior data scientist here. So currently based out of Amsterdam. I have around 8 to 9 years of experience in data science. And yeah, it's a good, wonderful opportunity to speak to everyone here and present the work that we are doing to the overall team. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so maybe you want to talk about your previous experience. So now you're working in Miro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you want to talk about previous experience in this sphere, in IT.
Sorry, can you repeat?
In IT, yeah, your previous experience in
Oh,
IT.
okay, yeah. So prior, I started my career at Deloitte. So it's a consulting firm. Post that, I moved to Walmart. So gather experience both in retail and across the different sectors. So finally, I came to Miro. So I like the way the visualization dashboard essentially picked up and how people are collaborating. So it was really insightful to interview at Miro and get to know their vision and culture. And post that, I relocated to Amsterdam to work here. So yeah, that's the overall part. And by the way, like today in Amsterdam, the weather is really nice. So it was a bit more sunny last week, but this week is like milder, very good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, and I know that my mic is not the best now. I'm really sorry about that from the audience. So I think we need to quit our small talk in this moment, and can pass mic to you, Tanmoy. Please share your screen, and let's begin.
Okay, sure. So hi everyone. I'll start sharing. Okay. Um, Let me know if everyone can see it. Sorry. Share screen. Yeah. Is the screen visible? Hi, Daniel. I just wanted to confirm, is the screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted a confirmation. Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. So hi everyone. So here I'm about to talk about intent AI. So I initially called the topic crystal ball. I wanted that to be a bit of a suspicion, like exactly what are we going to talk about. So it's basically about uh, enabling or understanding what's the user's intent is on Miro. I'll talk exactly what we do in the coverage. So yeah, it's about understanding what the intent of the user would be. So briefly, as part of the agenda, I'll try to cover what's Miro, a brief overview about that. What problem are we trying to solve? The intuition behind like the features we try to prepare before going into the architecture, then comparing, okay, then what we had and what we are going to see, and then in terms of the model performance. And after all everything is covered, the main part of the storytelling is how do we use all of these models together to build something or to get insights to be which are more actionable. So that's the overall agenda that I'll be covering over the next 30 minutes or so. So about Miro overall. So welcome everyone. So Miro is an online collaborative whiteboard. So it's an infinite canvas that you get to do anything that you want to. So all your thoughts that you have to scribble down in one platform, get your thought organized, disorganized, everything in one place. This is the concept. This is a place where you can do anything or everything that you imagine. So when we came up, so back in the time during COVID, we essentially picked up. We went out to a population of around 55 million active registered users that we have right now, with over 100 integrations with different apps, Slack, Google. We have like almost all the coverage that we essentially want to get. Partnering with over 99% of the Fortune 100 clients, like essentially all, to be precise. And then we are going into the community where we can get more and more usage, or get the community feedback on templates and all that. To be simple, it's one place for all, an infinite canvas that you can lay down your thoughts and do anything that you want. It gives you a feeling that you are all sitting in one room to work. So it was very helpful when we during the pandemic, when people could not relocate together. So it just picked up, and it gave a feeling where you are all working together. And even now, when we are collaborating across different countries, different teams, it's very helpful to brainstorm together and do those. Let me go to the second page to give Miro a bit of life and what we essentially do. So on the left, you can see that there are multiple things being projected. Like, so different people are working together right now, and they are doing a bunch of amazing things. Maybe somebody is like trying to organize some thoughts. They are putting some feedbacks, all of it in one place. So it's a good collaboration tool. And the way people try to use Miro is for these purposes. It could be planning. So they have this thing upcoming, and they want to plan something out. So more about strategy, timelines, and all that. They could be researching on something, or maybe a new research topic, and you want everything in one place. So instead of having a notepad, you can start dumping PDFs or all your research material in one place, and get a holistic view of it. Brainstorming, people can think about multiple aspects. The team could essentially come up together and try to come up with a topic that they have been working towards, and brainstorm ideas. So, and there are different apps or toolkits we provide essentially with respect to that. There could be designing aspects, so a product designer or somebody can come and use it. And also engineering aspect, one of the primary use cases, how can we use this as an engineering tool? Can we maintain all our essential tickets or working progress, or the agile or the MVP approaches all in one place? Can we do that? Yes. It's all together. You can all collaborate and make things better. So this is the tool that I'm going to talk about, and how the main agenda would be how essentially can we understand the user perspective here. How can we improve the experience? And that's the metric you want to essentially target. Can we make this platform to the best collaborative platform out there? And can we improve the user experience? To understand the user experience is very important, that what users are actually doing. So as I mentioned, it's a place where you can put down all of your fuzzy work, all of your brain out there, which you would scribble on the board. You can actually put down on this Miro board, on this infinite canvas. And when you're doing it, you're exploring, you're collecting, you're trying to make sense of what we have. You're trying to co-create with others and trying to align on a particular concept. So all of this together, from unorganized content to a properly curated, beautiful content. This takes process, and it takes time to get to that. How do we enable that? So every user that we have essentially comes to the board with an intent. He has a purpose in his mind, or the team has a purpose in his mind. What the way we look at the problem is, how can we cover or uncover hidden patterns within them to empower them? Can we empower them by providing them with the right perspective, the right apps, or the right bundles to get through? So to bottle down on the problem, what we decided is, or Miro decided that, let's have a bunch of use cases that people, based on the research that we have done, what the primary use case a user can come to the board for? And how can we uncover those patterns? So for example, it could be meeting and workshops. From the prior, I talked about few topics. How can we give it a proper name that we can call use cases essentially? It could be meeting workshop, it could be agile workflows, it could be mapping and diagramming, it could be research design, it could be strategy planning. It's like a bunch of 6 concepts out there that we want to identify. So a user comes to the board, can we understand what is he going to work upon by analyzing different things? When essentially I talk about these use cases, which are very important that we want to uncover, it's very important to understand, how does a board look like? This is one example. This looks like a planning of for some casino night, some offsite planning probably, yeah. And you try to make sense of it because you are looking at certain details, maybe how the board is structured, or maybe some content of the board. Maybe the board was created by a user who essentially has done it in past, so he has done planning of these offsites prior in history, and those could be there. Maybe this board could be tagged around planning. I'm not sure, strategy planning or workshop. I mean, there's a thing that we can try to uncover, but that's the manual outlook when we look at it manually. For example, this one, like if you look at it, okay, this looks about reverse engineering. It talks about we can see Jira tickets out there talking about issues. This looks more like an agile workflow. So maybe somebody is trying to plan something around engineering, and but right now when we are looking at it, it's much more easier because we can do that. We can look at it. We can try to understand what they are, but it's a manual exercise, and we would not have time for every individual person to essentially come and look at it. Can we drive all of this together? Can we drive all of these things that we are trying to see or uncover through some sort of a model? And that's the concept. So if you have an entire board, at the granularity of the board, can we understand that what that board is about all of these different use cases? If we know that, then we can maybe empower the user with the right things, like maybe as you can see on the top, maybe the apps or write recommendations of some bundles. Who knows? Like so let's uncover that. So this prior two slides, I try to tell the team exactly how does a board might look like. And by the way, boards are really complicated. It could be really messy. These are really organized ones which I put in place. It could be a bunch of things here and there, and we need to uncover the hidden patterns from there. So it's an infinite canvas, as I mentioned before, that you can work on. And to uncover, gather things from there is a tricky challenge. Okay, so now there is a purpose. We want to understand what the use case of the board is, and we have 6 use cases with us. How can we do that? Okay, so we are trying to build a recognition model. Okay, why we did not, or we could not do it earlier? Maybe so. The reason behind that was prior, when we are looking at it, we did not have labeled use cases. So train a machine learning model, one thing is very important, is how do we uncover, or how do we gather labeled data so that we can train our models? What the model essentially tries to do, it tries to learn the patterns in the data that you're training on, and tries to then score it out on the prediction or the testing data, or something that you have not seen till now. So this is very important to get this. The second thing was the complexity of the product. So initially, because of the hyper growth, so we expanded like 10-folds, multi-folds, like in the last few years. And it was very important to catch all of this complexity out there and make it much more scalable in terms, and define this specific use cases. So that took some time. So then we brainstorm and got to the part where we can actually start collecting this table data to get to a use case where we can start modeling. So what we did was, there was a survey which was conducted. So every user who went to the board, they were asked this, like a simple pop-up, that what are you going to use the board for? And this was our initial label data that we wanted to take it from. We got around 140K boards for every user who went to the board and then tagged it before using it. So we got that idea, and that's how we got our first labeling data. Now we have our label data. So we have the label, we have the concept of model. But the second important thing, which I tried to cover prior, was what are the patterns? We are looking for hidden patterns, or patterns that could be reflection of how the training data looks like, that we can capture by a discriminative model, and then use it to score our future data or future boards. So to get there, this was intuition. What we did was, it was not done in one day. So it was an incremental process. How can we build incrementally better models? So step-by-step process. First, what we did was understand the user personas. When I talk about personas, what it essentially means is, a user could be designer, it could be different roles, like product manager, engineer. There could be different roles. It could be engineering manager. There are different things that a user could be. Then what kind of country he belongs to, for example, how many days he has been since registration, like when was the point he reached certain stages of life cycle in Miro. So we call something as aha moment and something as habit. So these things, when did he reach those stages in the life cycle process? certain other things like which kind of industry he belongs to, what kind of work the industry does. This was one insight that we started to get through. The second thing that was important is about how is the user essentially using the board. So on the board there, if you can see on the board, there are several widgets essentially being used right now. So if you can see, somebody's like, there are different widgets that are being placed. There are different apps that are being used. There could be particular Excels or charts that are being leveraged out there. So different board activity that the user is pursuing. So these are different feature uses that we have that we provide to a user, and the user is essentially trying to use that on the board. And different users can do that. So on a board level, the prior one was user level. On a board level, how are we trying to capture the different things that we have in terms of activity? Which features are we leveraging more versus which is less? Which is the most popular feature for that board? Maybe if they're using a Kanban or a Jira ticket, that could be indication that he could be an engineering person who could be trying to map certain things. So that could be there. That's a concept. The third thing was, can we try to get a visual representation of the board? We have one limitation that, as per Miro policy, we do not train on customer data. And as of now, our policies do not, we do not have the textual data. Maybe the last boards, when you're looking at it, you are trying to look, okay, this is a keyword that's looking like, but right now we don't train on Miro customer data based on our policies. And so how can we uncover the other things, the visual aspect? Can we derive insight features from the different types of board? Maybe these different use cases are designed differently when you put it on the board, and there could be multiple things in multiple places. Gathering the insight is very important. One thing which was also, like, as I mentioned, one thing was important in activity was like a same feature could be used across like certain other, but maybe they are more predominant to a particular use case. So these two things combined will tell you on an overall level that what kind of features we can derive from the board. The third thing was user activities. Maybe how many boards did you open? How many times the prior board was open, or how many times the user opened boards in the last, how many active days he had, how many sessions he had with on the board, for example, or even personally. NSM sessions, like so collaborating with multiple users, which was the top used feature for the user. These things represent user activity. Can we uncover that too? Yes, we have the data for it. We can use these patterns out there. We can learn from it. The last thing was about cadence of feature. So by cadence, what we try to mean is, for example, when we are doing a sprint planning, you have 2 weeks. So like you meet for first on a particular day of the week, and then after 14 days, you do another set of planning. So you design your task for the next 2 weeks, and they visit the board only on those days. Maybe there are some syncs boards like which are open 2 times a week. So we normally sync 2 times a week as per engineering policies. So maybe there are some users who are using the board just for the initial few days and not opening it again. And then there are users who are opening it in regular recurrence. So these are called cadence features. How can we understand what's the pattern or the time series pattern of these users when they're opening it? So all of these together was the thing that we want to incrementally check and see how they are benefiting the model. So yeah, overall, this was the intuition that we want to cover. After this ML features were designed, what we wanted to set is a pipeline towards the model. Is like, okay, we have all these boards that we have, and all of these boards that we have labeled data for, what we gather is all the ML features. So all the ML features come in. So we essentially want to train on them. The label is the use case. So the 6 use cases I pointed out. All of these features that you're seeing here were placed on feature store so that we can pull that seamlessly. So it gets updated on a daily basis. And then what we do is we do some transformations. So for every board, you get this bunch of features. You do this transformation, imputation, because there would be a lot of sparsity in some of the features. Not all the features are used, so you have to impute them using a ML algorithm, proper way of encoding and all that, like proper way of imputation. And after you have used the imputation, you want to encode them, or categorical features which were there, you want to encode them properly. So there were a bunch of numerical features and there were a bunch of categorical features. So the way we targeted them was we imputed the numerical features slightly differently than how we did with the other ones. And based on different features, we had a different logic around it. Post this, after you have got all the data, you can obviously test your models trying to fit any of the models. Like we tried different models out there. All of these like visual features and all that were combined together. We got a final set of things, and then we tried to fit a multi-class model on top of it. And then obviously we divided our data into proper train and split. Once we got a reasonable set of accuracy or reasonable set of precision that we wanted to achieve, we wanted to productionalize that. All of these that you are seeing on a board level, so is every board. We get the use case for every board with certain probabilities. So it gives you probabilities for all of these different use cases. And then we try to write it out to a Snowflake table or something so that we can do further processing on top of it, and which can also be used by any of the other counterparts or other end users who want to use this information about a board or for a particular user. Because the problem statement was about understanding what the users intended, what we do is we summarize or we aggregate all of these probabilities. So for example, a user could be tagged to 10 different boards or 20 different boards. And when the user is tagged to 20 different boards or he's working on that, he has a bunch of like this, some would be good, like we can detect the probabilities, like, and some would be, so on an average, if we can aggregate them based on his last activity over certain months, we can understand what he was actually wanting to work. We can get an overall idea that what is his top use case that he's coming to the board for. And all of this can derive a lot of value. So to summarize briefly, like we took a bunch of persona features, board states, activity, cadence, we combined them in ML features, we try to train our machine learning model, and then we put it into production, which essentially tries to run daily to get these tables for us, which is aggregated then on a user level to understand what the use case of a particular user is. So yeah, the user is happy. I mean, right now, so because we get some sort of an estimation for it. But what was the scenario like? So if you did not have this architecture, maybe could not we have done just a simple approach? What are the pros and cons out here? It's very important to highlight. It's very important to understand from the storytelling aspect that what we have versus what we have achieved. Prior, there was just rules defined by product on terms of, okay, based on this role of the user, maybe this features, maybe this is the use case. But here we have a personalized model for every single board aggregated over users. So it's like almost at a user level, board level, so which is very insightful. So we are going down to the most granular thing at the widgets on a board, and that is the thing that drives us. The second thing was about feature engineering. So you cannot derive a lot of rules. It becomes complex because the product itself is very complex. In the hypergrowth phase, we have released a bunch of products and bunch of features. Defining rules over all of these capabilities is very difficult. But with this bunch of features that an ML model can handle is much more insightful. It can capture all of these things and give you a much more better result. So that's more mathematical and statistical way of doing it. We have models and we have parameters. On a rule-based approach, you cannot update any parameters. It's costly. What they can do is only experiment. You can have A/B tests, and then on A/B test, which is costly process, and then you would go back and refine. Here we can tune our parameters by a Bayesian approach. So we did Bayesian optimization to a incrementally better model, tuning all our parameters, and then having a proper cross validation to understand that these models are actually better and performing better. As post-processing also, when you get a bunch of from a rule or something or a baseline approach, you cannot change it much. But here we provide the flexibility that even if a product team comes with a particular use case of a particular target users, we can essentially create the results for them and provide it back to them. So it's like that's scalable, and you can also change certain things, and it's much more easy. So after getting the production output, can be also changed based on maybe I want the last 6 months activity of the user to aggregate the boards, maybe 3 months, and this is much more tunable. You cannot do that with a normal baseline or a rule-based approach. It's very important to understand what IntentionAI or what ML essentially brings to the plate out here. So obviously, when we talk about model, we always talk about performances and what metrics we're essentially trying to look at. So in terms of metric, the primary metric we started looking at is precision at one. That okay, of all the use cases, what was the top use case which was recommended in terms of probabilities? Once we get the top use case, or the top probability use case, is it actually matching with the label data or not? So obviously we started a bit low when we started with the baseline approach of choosing what are the onboarding, there were some roles. We only used a couple of features like the user profile, basically self-reported roles and other things to create a baseline model. And then from there, we added all of these incremental features I talked about. All the user personas, then user activity, board states, And then you can see the precision essentially at 1 from 34.3, it increased to 67.1. And then so it was a uplift that we really see. The second insight from this, like when you are struggling or something, it's very important to second best understand that there is an overlap of certain features. There are, as I showed in one of the prior diagrams, that there were features which can belong to both the use cases. And then we felt that maybe understanding that, okay, not only recommending the one use case, but two use case might be more insightful. Because maybe a user who's coming for one could also be linked with one other team who is doing a driving. I mean, like maybe agile person can work with mapping and diagramming. That could essentially happen. So the top two use cases, so precision at 2 was around 81.2%. This is again without any text data, by the way. So because as I mentioned of the policies, which is a very good uplift that we have. And DCG, we also were tracking some other metrics. DCG essentially tells you how the ranked predictions are. And this is one of the other metrics, but which we attained a point of 84.1%. So how high in the rank of the actual use case you are versus like if you're in first rank or second rank, that actual use case, this is what it tries to capture. The major focus from the product side was how good are we doing at precision at 2 and how good are we doing at precision at 1, because it's much more easier for them to explain it to anyone. So yeah, this is how the performance essentially look like. But okay, all of this performance for what? We essentially want to build ML model to get to something, to drive insights, to help the product, to help the business grow, to improve user experience. And the most important part for us was the user experience. If users like our product, they will stick to it. If they stick to it, we essentially value. I mean, essentially, they collaborate more. The company grows, we grow, their organization, and that's the success we want to essentially see. How can we empower our users by these ML models is the insight we want to drive. So coming to that, like, okay, so as I mentioned, audience engagement is the key. And use case can be an enabler for that. It's a pitch stop or it's a stop that we are trying to take to understand them. So user can belong to multiple industries, as you can see on my left. So it could be agile workflow, it could be company management consultant, like all the different Fortune 100 clients that we essentially had. Like, I mean, there are different use cases for them. Different users coming for it. And all of their fuzzy thoughts, all of their thought process that they have, they can essentially put down on the Miro board for exploration purpose. And what we do is we take that and uncover those ML features that we talk about, and then try to use our IntentionAI model to determine the use case for it. When we determine the use case for this, what we get is maybe we get a top higher probability for research and design, and maybe second was mapping and diagramming for that user. What we can empower the user by, we can provide, okay, can you use this BI intelligence toolkit for your design? Maybe you can draw your design, your graphs or Excel or something. That can be done. We can provide those app bundles out there. We can also provide them with, like, for example, a second use case was, he was doing mapping and time. Can we give them a mind map or something? Can we give them a better way of flowcharting or architecture design? So this enabling the user will help the user link to us more. When you like something, you stick to them better. With also not only that, when we know the use case of user, we can also empower them with all of our custom templates that we have. There are custom templates designed for each of these different use cases, and then you get the recommendation that which one you want to use, and then they can make their work much more faster and much more better prepared, and they can put them down in those templates out there. This will make the user make progress faster, drive stickiness for an adoption. It's very important. By empowering our users to get to the right capabilities, will increase their collaborative nature and make them do the work faster. And they will stick to Miro for this work again and again. High adoption rate, by the way, if we do that. And we're observing it through the experiments that we perform. So again, these things are being across, like, so we have been providing this for like product services, development, distributed teams, I mean, across all user base. Okay, let's look at a slightly different perspective. Based on what we saw prior, a user thinks sometimes that they are coming to Miro with only one project or one use case. Suppose the project or that thing is over, maybe they will try to diverge from it. They will maybe not use it. I mean, like, or that. So it's about the importance of where we draw the trade-off. So when we get two use cases defined, those users can be empowered with the second best use case that they had to tell them that, okay, these are the second things that you can apply. So if you look at this image right now, as I mentioned, like, so the same use cases can be leveraged across different use cases. And maybe there was some overlap. Maybe that's the reason we are trying to recommend two use cases to the GTM team so that they can understand how can we grow. So the prior slide that I show was going more into the depth of it. When you identify a use case, a top use case, can we go into the depth of it, provide the right apps for that use case, provide the right integrations for it, provide the right bundles? But when we know an extra thing, how do we leverage that? Can we increase the horizontal capability of the user? Can we enhance or upskill the user on these things, which he also takes up as a other job or other skill sets or other thing that he's working on parallelly? That is the empowerment we are trying to provide. So trying to prevent from diverging to convergence. We are trying to enable the user to do more with what they have and for this opportunity. So we are also experimenting on this, and we are observing that it's more likely that the user will converge because we are providing them an additional use case. So two aspects. This is not only to focus only on the vertical proficiency of it, but to expand horizontally. So the go-to-market people are essentially trying to leverage this and essentially work towards it. So that both the user is happy and and we uncover more. So this is a bit like it's like an overview, like all the applications that we can do on the board. Like, so for example, if you see, if a user goes on a particular board, he gets this app recommendation. Based on the use case, this app recommendations can be reshuffled based on the importance of a particular app towards that use case. When a new user onboards, maybe he's a bit conflicted about so many features on Miro. It's about explaining or maybe providing them with a checklist that, okay, these are the things that you can use based on the use case. This will help upskill you. And maybe once they are 71 or some percentage done, they will feel more comfortable that, okay, we have got a particular onboarding, personalized onboarding for us. It's much more helpful and much more insightful. Can we provide them the right templates? So for example, you see here for use section, this is another model we have for the picker. But again, when we drive this insight of use case, they can be recommended maybe a proper app template for them. These are the things that we can look at. The other important thing which we also performed an experiment upon was, can we improve the experience on email? On email, we send a bunch of things. We send a bunch of newsletters. We send a bunch of campaigns. We talk about how can we empower users with these different things. We release newsletters and product updates. Sometimes that could be lost because maybe we're not specific or targeting the user with the right use case. Understanding what the user is actually using Miro for, and then changing the content based on the users, we essentially see a better traction. And that's what we saw. We saw a 14% uplift when we send emails with a better content, with the understanding of the user. So if you see here, they are different content slightly based on which use case they belong to. So like there would be a generic one, which was all general, and that's so a lower traction, versus when you compare this with individual mapping and diagramming, brainstorming boards, the content is much more different. So yeah, we saw a better traction. That was one successful experiment that we initially A/B tested on to check. Now, all of these things are on the board. How can we empower our users on the board itself? What we are also trying to target is to understand that how can we empower our client base. So, for example, once we detect a use case, can we help the product team, the salespeople, or the go-to-market playbooks to enable them to understand that which are the use cases that the company could be focusing upon? For example, if we talk about Intel, they do a lot of chip designing. Or maybe we compare it with a consulting firm. They would be doing it. They be using it for some other visual encapsulation or visual utilities. So there's a different use case for everyone. And when we target those specific use cases to draw more capabilities, we see a broader market potential. We see when a particular client essentially wants to use a particular use case more, we can provide the right capabilities for them. So it's understanding or be thoughtful about what the user or what the companies or the organizations need from us. And rather than focusing upon all the things, it's very important to focus on very specific sections that we can improve upon. So as I mentioned, we provide this flexibility to collaboratively review architectural designs across these different platforms, and then we are going to the market with better insights and metrics that we can prioritize our roadmaps on. Once we talk to this already converged client, we can understand what the requirements are and prioritize a roadmap for them and make things much more better. We call this operational value selling. So we are trying to sell more value based on what we detected prior. So yeah, this is one thing which we are trying to explore much more. So to summarize all these different insights that I talked about, one way to look at it is maybe increasing the vertical proficiency of it. So once you know a user's use case, you want to grow vertically. You want to recommend right apps for that. Better recommendations, better feature users. The primary use cases draw more users of the user, deeper feature adoption. The user knows exactly how to go from a basic level to an advanced pro level, because those apps are being recommended, and that can enable the users from trying something which would be much more complicated at a much more ease of value. So they can quickly get those apps and then work towards it. Focusing upon the horizontal capability. So like, how can we increase their proficiency? So this is more for drawing the stickiness of the user, of not only from primary, but increasing their stickiness over the entire platform, not just for one project, but across projects. It's an opportunity driver, and that can essentially help user retention more. So we want to increase, make this platform for all use cases. So we are tightly coupling maybe what are the top 2 use cases for the user, and then recommend them rightly for that. When we are doing all of these things, one thing is very important, is the speed of inference. What are we doing? So are we, right now what we do is we run it on a daily basis. It's a pipeline that runs. We pass a batch. And use case do not change very often, because we are trying to take a last few months of user activity. But it's very important to also understand that when we are doing it real time, that could be more accessible to all of these featured products right there and there, because we are leveraging feature stores. So we can populate our boards with the latest use case, and that can help these different things, like onboarded users can have right tool guidance, real-time things can essentially help. So we are also trying to explore what is the speed of inference that we want to do, like draw. How often do you want to do it? That is one potential area that we are also looking at. Then also, like when you do all of this, you want to draw some premium for a specific use case. So understand, based on the GTM, based on the market, understand exactly what use case they want, and then drive your roadmap or sales to drive more consistency, value, provide more value, provide better service offerings that these business people or this industry will stick to us. They will use Miro to provide a better collaboration structure. The more users we have, we understand that insight better, and then that's a North Star metric. We want the collaboration to be there, and our users should be facing seamless experience on Miro. They should be working. They should be having this the best of experiences, and yeah, that's the target essentially. Have more collaboration, have more insights. Okay, so I just want to at the end, I want to thank my team who are involved. They are the brains behind this work alongside us, and there was certain experimentation that we did. So yeah, happy that we work together. That's it. Right on time. So yeah, I'll now start wait for questions so that I can help people understand a few things better.
Yeah, thank you, Tanmoy. So first question, do my mic work better now?
Yeah,
Is
it's
there
fine.
no
No, it's fine. Tell me.
metallic sound?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much. Thank you for this great speech. I think it's very insightful, and we get a lot of great information, a lot of great tips from you. So the main 2 questions we have in the chat is, are these features already available on Miro? Can we, as a usual users, just reach them and use?
So okay. So just to correct that point slightly, the features are already, so like for example, there are different features which are available on user. The idea is to understand that which user to recommend what. So use cases are not features. Use cases are the classes or the thing that we want to understand, that what is the user's intent that is coming to the board for. So these things are already, some of these are already productionalized. We are trying to leverage it in more and more scale right now. One thing. So right now, what we are providing is, when we have these use cases, we are writing it back to a Snowflake table where all of these end users who are there, they can directly query that which user has which use case, and then do their contextualization. On the Miro platform itself, we have started integrating on a couple of apps already, and the rest of the apps will follow down the line. But as of now, couple of like you will see there are better recommendations on certain features, and that is essentially trying to leverage what is the use case that is there. But a few things are in pipeline and in roadmap that we'll be covering in the next couple of quarters. So So yeah, more and more these things will be brought into this production environment. Yeah, so
Okay,
that
yes,
is one thing.
yeah, got it. And we have also a question. Um, is it available for free version of Miro? Maybe.
Yeah, so so Miro provides like three boards for um, 3 to 4, I think, public boards that they can leverage. What we had essentially, because there's a restriction on 3 4 boards, sometimes what the user would tend to do is they would try to do work on all the use cases, and then it could become fuzzy. What we trained the model on was all the corporate users, enterprise users that we have, but these features are available across. But the precision of sometimes when on a free board, it could that is something, because there could be multiple use cases. So these apps are available for all. This is the precision we see, but um, getting to the version which is open for all could drive a higher value. But all of these features that we are talking about is available on the free version. The users can essentially use it. They can actually see what are the apps which are being recommended to them, or like, I mean, but some of these things are in pipeline, and we want to slowly plan to roll out to them, like based on corporate users, and then channel them down.
Okay, thank you for the answer. We also have a question from our audience on your community platform. So I will read it to you. If I'm not mistaken, you said that you use 140K for ML model, but you should have much more boards for research. Have you limited the input amount of boards? If yes, which boards were excluded and on which board you focus?
Yeah, so it was when people come to the board, like for getting the labeled data, they obviously this pop-up comes. But when you enable the user, you make the user think that what is the purpose behind it. So when we conducted a survey, so a survey was conducted, and then we informed the user that this is the purpose of the survey. And during that period of the survey, the different users we targeted, they essentially tagged the boards. So they are much more reliable samples compared to all the samples we could have. So that's the reason we are focusing only on the 140K boards that we collected during the survey for enabling it, because the quality of the ML model will mainly depend upon how good your label data is. So yeah, that's the summary of it. So we can generate more, but like the focus was primarily on the data points we have collected last quarter of 2022. Now,
Thank you.
as we have this, the plan is to make things better in future. So, like, I mean, this could be an online activity which we could trigger. So, not having the model could be retrainable with an online learning approach. But those things are something that we are contemplating on as of now.
Okay, so we can move on. Next question. How many features in Miro roadmap are primarily driven by the results of the research currently? They were unreheard the research. So how many features in roadmap are primarily driven by the result of research?
Yeah. So this is I think we are trying to make the email systems better. So I mean, I hope the users are getting better emails. This is in process right now. We are trying to expand our increment into this onboarding checklist thing. Uh, so currently that's in pipeline kind now. So you will have a checklist which would essentially tell you which steps to follow or which one to follow. Uh, ACK recommendation was third one, but that is currently we are focusing that to the next quarter. So mainly these two are in roadmap. Few things we have already started working on, but the users will essentially receive a newsletter or something once this is fully rolled out for all users. When we do it on a section of users to understand how is the reciprocal, or how are the different metrics or product metrics or downstream metrics are behaving. So when we see the traction higher, like for example, for emails, we already saw that the uplift was around 15%. The users were opening the emails more. So like, for example, this experiment that we did, we saw that there was a 15% uplift when we were sending better content. So that's a driver for us. So then we take certain sets of things, and it takes time to roll it out to across all the users. But the plan is that in future, as we take it level by level, this will be essentially passed out to all the users, and then you will see it. But yeah, a couple of these things are already in roadmap. The few things which are going to be taken up down the quarter.
Okay, and we have last question from the audience. So right now, there is possible to find a frame in Miroverse, but sometimes they don't fit our needs. Does Miro have a plan to use AI in the direction of creating frames for us? I believe for us it's BAs.
Yeah. So to answer that question, see, there's some research work that is being going on. That I There are such few things in roadmap on how to enable that or how to work towards that. But I understand that Miroverse, there's a community which is growing, and we want to grow the community, but also parallelly trying to address that how can we provide more and more options to our users. But again, as I mentioned, using AI to create a board, we are looking at it. Not always the results are as fruitful as we always. It's like slightly tricky from the perspective of creating that board from it. So the main priority still is to drive more content or drive more users to the community in general. And as we explore, as the AI or this the different services we have, which in the current market of LLM, we plan to leverage some way so that we can increase upon the use cases and maybe provide better architecture, better material or better templates for the user. But that's in pipeline. That will take some time. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, and
Oh yeah,
last question.
I was not
Yeah,
able to take follow-up questions, but feel free to like message later so that I was not able to see the follow-up questions or something, but I'm trying to answer based on what I could think.
no, I think it's okay. And one last thing about the questions. I want to ask you questions that we discussed before. I think it will be interesting for the audience as well. How do we plan to adapt the model to any alternative list of use cases?
Yeah. Okay. This is again very important because we have 6 use cases. This was designed from the perspective that what the research that has been done prior, that okay, these are the different use cases that we essentially try to address. And there was some, and the rules essentially were defined prior. I showed a plausible part where we were trying to compare what history used to be and what we have now. So there were certain use cases which were there that time. Obviously, in the changing market, we have to come up with new use cases. So there are two ways to look at it. One, that the new use case could be renaming or an adaptation of the exact existing use case. Then it's a simple process. Then you just map it to the new use case. But if there's a completely new data point coming in, or exactly new one more use case which is coming in, then that we would need to have much more training data. So like we need to get much more, maybe we have to like collect some sample or conduct one more survey to get some more label data so that we can train on that use case. But again, it's a process that we have. So it's just basically integration. It's about just collecting the data. Rest of the model is in place. So the models are scalable. Is just to get the right amount of label data so that we can have a higher precision for that. Coming to that, this topic is slightly connected to one other point. Is like not all the performance numbers are not always same across all of these use cases. For some of the use cases, we are not performing as good as we wanted, and for some of them, we are performing to the highest of level that we want to achieve. So the precision at like 2 could be going up till 95, 96, and maybe for some of them it's not that good. Like maybe somewhere falling in around 70%, like lower range. So because of the labeled, how much labeled data that you have. So we are looking at these aspects on how to get certain more data points, on how to use more and more intuition. Like for example, this cadence features that we talked about, we came off with intuition that, okay, maybe for agile, if it is not working somewhat good, can we use more of these patterns within the data, or how frequently the sessions are happening to use it. So yeah, getting some more data in certain, for a new use case will be the thing that we would be targeting.
Yeah, it's nice to hear. And sorry, I can not miss this question because the person just asked a question referring to a previous answer. Thank you. Also, you said that after you customized emails, you get 14% more conversion. Was it the same across all groups of users, or there were groups that responded way better or way worse?
So when we look at, so primarily when we are doing experiments, we try to we try to do it on the corporate users. So that's the cohort, because they are the actual drivers of and the more tractionable point of action. So when we are looking at these numbers, we essentially split our population into 50-50 across the corporate users. And these are people who are probably at least active at least in the last 6 months. So there were certain rules which are in place by the email marketing team, but I mean, like when you target this 2 million, I mean, like for example, some section of 2 million users, and they're split, then you give one section of the users the exact same mail, the generic mail, versus the other section of users customized mail based on these different use cases. So we saw an uplift in the second part, where we have this as we call as a variant, versus the first one where we were sending a generic emails. I probably showed that diagram where we had these different emails screenshots. So content was different. Better content, people will like it. More stickiness, much more insights. Otherwise, people will not open it.
Thank you. I will take this advice for our community as well. Okay, so thank you, Tanmoy, for your great speech. I want to remind everyone that it will be this speech is recorded, so you can rewatch it every time you want. And also, Tanmoy, is it possible that you will share your link to, I don't know, LinkedIn or maybe some other social media that people who are very interested in this topic can reach you and ask you questions about that, or you are not very social person?
So it's about two aspects. I think one is needs certain clearance in certain parts. I have tried to cover most of the topics, and if you would have observed, I was not trying to. So I have tried to cover most of it, but it requires certain permissions and approvals in terms of when you are sharing a PPT or a creation outside. I'll check back with the team exactly what the recommendations are, but I'm always happy for questions. So they can always have this recording, at least in the first place, while I take some necessary approvals. And and then I'm happy to, like, for this any question or someone who would be wanting to use more or facing some problems. I mean, we are happy as a team to always support them, and that's the primary purpose, to drive more traction and enable users.
Okay, thank you so much. So
Yeah.
we will figure
I
out
just
something.
take 1 minute. So so thanks everyone for being a part of the part of the talk. I know that sometimes when you're talking about too many concepts, it becomes slightly difficult to consume all of it. But I hope I have tried to cover all of them, and I hope you can go back with a proper insight. I think most important part is not about which model you're fitting, but how can we value from those, and that's the part of storytelling, and how do we use this to make it more actionable insight for the salespeople and marketing. So that's how I see data science, and that's how I try to prepare my talk. So yeah, thanks everyone for being there.
Thank you so much, Tanmoy. Okay, everyone. So it was a first talk. Thank you, Tanmoy, again. And now we can talk about conference again a little more. So please don't forget to share your comments in a chat, share your questions, and also share your feedback. 1 second. Okay, so yeah, we have this special form for feedback. I believe it will be visible on the screen, right? Thank you. So you can leave us feedback. You can leave feedback for Tanmoy, and we will pass it to him. All things that you asked or you suggest. Also, you can please don't leave comments about my mic. I know it was disaster, but okay, let's forget about it. And also, don't forget, please, to leave us topics that you want to hear the next time, and we will gladly cover them. So yeah, that's all from our talks now. The next talk will be in 7 minutes on the same link, so don't miss it, please. It will be great. Our next two speakers, they're good presenters and they prepare something different than usual webinar. So please stay with us and have a good day.
Hello everyone who have joined us recently, and thank you for all who are staying with us already. We are very happy to see all of you on our BA Excellence Conference today. And I'm very proud to announce our BA expert, Dmytro Lozovytskyi.
Hello guys.
Hello Dmytro today, and Jan Mazurek.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here today on the conference.
Business Analyst experts who will share us today very interesting topic, modern trends of business analysis, what to know, how to use. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Hello guys. Hello dear fans of business analysis. And guys, when we were preparing our topic with Jan, I really thought about something interesting, something new. Yeah. And everyone knows that this year has some kind of headliner, AI usage. And or use AI, yeah, we decided, to provide to you guys the latest trends, some kind of statistic information that you can use for yourself and for your projects with maximum level of with maximum level of productivity, you can say, yeah. And
however, we decided also just to not make it only this as a boring lecture and presentation, but we would like to also use our experience and have an open discussion between Dmytro and myself on those topics, just because whereas it's nice to have a nice presentation, it's also nice to have a conversation, to have it more interactive, and also to engage you into asking us any questions. So we very much encourage each and every one of you to raise any questions that you might have throughout the presentation.
Absolutely. So you're welcome, guys. Please note your questions. Please place your questions in chat. Don't try. And we, I think, with our pleasure, going to provide the answers on them. So I think that we need to say a couple of words about ourselves. And I can say that both of us are business analysts, first of all, but not only. And Jan, pass the word to you, please. You're welcome.
Yes, hello everyone. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jan Mazurek. I'm a business analyst with nearly 20 years of experience in IT. And I came across the topic of machine learning already about in 2007, 2008, so quite a long time ago, where in one of my companies I worked in the past, I came across a person to whom I would like to give a big shout out, Dr. Andrzej Buller, who an amazing personality with 2 PhDs in automatics and robotics and in psychology, who was working on already machine learning algorithms in the Institute of Kyoto in Japan. Coming across him and working with him on a couple of IT projects was definitely a very big eye opener. And I already back then, 15 years ago, I saw the huge potential in the machine learning projects. And now with the artificial intelligence taking the next step, I think it will be also useful to look deeper into that, how we as the business analysts can utilize that. So today we will be sharing with you a couple of ideas, couple of examples, and a couple of use cases from our past projects, but no spoilers just yet. Welcome to this talk. And Dmytro, could you also introduce yourself to our audience?
Thank you very much, Jan. So I'm Dmytro Lozovytskyi, also business analyst, and not only. Actually, in my past, I had very broad and deep experience with in different roles at the projects. So I conducted the roles of business analyst, project manager, head of PMO office, product owner, for sure, proxy product owner, some partial activity of product manager and delivery manager as well. So I like to collect something new on the edge, where different areas have the borders, and I like to combine new knowledge and try something new on present. For sure, guys, as you know, maybe previously from my side, I also like to share the knowledge with you, with our colleagues. So what else? I have a PhD in economic science, and my general experience in IT area is up to 10 years right now. But before that, I had actually very cool experience in consulting as well. So I think we can start.
Yes. Definitely.
So we have the next content, or next agenda for today, guys. With Jan, we divided our speech into 4 parts. First 2 parts just have information about trends, use cases, as Jan mentioned. And the next 2 parts, in the next 2 parts, we're going to speak with you guys about the pros and cons of AI usage or machine learning usage and must-have skills for business analysts. In that case, when a business analyst wants to work with AI. And I think that the right moment to start our part about trends from straightforward differences between AI and machine learning. So you see this information on the screen, guys, and we're trying to use some kind of open sources, but authority sources that provide just checked information about that. And as you can see, guys, we have 2 options here, artificial intelligence characteristics and machine learning characteristics. And if you're going to speak about the artificial intelligence characteristics, from that list, I want to highlight a couple of them. First of all, we need to use artificial intelligence and focus our work on decision-making process. Why? Because artificial intelligence help us actually to prepare some information, to analyze some information, and to provide some kind of aspects for the best decision-making process. By the way, artificial intelligence just use structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. In compare, for example, with machine learning mechanism and or algorithms. And also AI requires minimum human intervention. This is really, I can say, tricky question right now, but general tendency is the next that I mentioned. Yep. So minimum human intervention, and you can see, guys, some kind of examples here. Siri, translation software like Google Translate, Google Assistant, chatbots, you know that, etc.
However, we need to also keep in mind one very important aspect, that it is still the, let's say, beginning or fairly early stages of advanced artificial intelligence, and all of that still can be evolving and still can move forward, same as with the evolvement of the machine learning algorithms. So Dmytro mentioned about the fact that the AI is capable of using unstructured, semi-structured, or fully structured data. Machine learning has that limitation that if you want to make sure that we get some benefit of the machine learning algorithms, that data needs to be already structured in a certain way, so that we would be able to teach the prediction of our algorithms. That's the situation for today. What will be tomorrow? What will be in a couple of years? We don't know that, but we can believe and assume safely, I guess, that if we will merge together the artificial intelligence with the machine learning, the result can be even far more beneficial. And despite the fact of at the moment we might have the limitation of machine learning usage for unstructured or semi-structured data, with the embedding of the artificial intelligence, perhaps we could have a situation in which artificial intelligence will introduce that structure and will allow us to use the machine learning algorithms more efficiently.
Yeah, absolutely. So how you can use this actually slide, guys, for yourself? Actually, you can see the difference. You can explain this difference to your clients, to your colleagues, if they want to know something new about that. So let's go forward. And you know, guys, that of course AI is a tool. First of all, AI for us is a tool. And this is a really smart tool. So we need to be smart, yep, as well, to use this tool in the most efficient manner than we can. And generally, we can say, I guess, Jan, yep, it's true that this is era of AI. Yeah, era of AI was started. And actually, you know, guys, you see this result on the screen. You see that all AI tools we can classify in two big groups. So AI tools that we can call creative AI tools and generative AI tools. And you can see pretty big list from the left part and on the left part and on the right part as well. And as you can see, the main difference is between them. The main difference between them are the next. So generative AI tools use specific algorithm and for searching information, for to generate information, etc., etc., etc. And creative AI tools use another algorithm, and they are using in design area very well in some kind of for some kind of specific tasks that where we need or to create something new, something interesting, yep, or just modify something as well. So
and here you also might wonder, actually, if you look carefully at the list of those creative and generative type of examples, why ChatGPT, for example, or DALL-E 2 is in both of those areas, right? And I came across recently a very interesting definition of the ChatGPT, that it is identified as the generative AI to enhance the creative work. And in general, it is still evolving. And despite the fact, one version of ChatGPT might be was more creative, now it's evolving towards the generative area. And Dmytro, you've mentioned about the fact that here we are now on the revolution with the artificial intelligence, and it has been. I heard this quote some time ago. I don't know whether you will agree with this or not, but artificial intelligence is the fourth industrial revolution that we are facing. We are at the age of the fourth industrial revolution, where the first one was the railroad, the second one was electricity, the third one was mass production, and now the fourth one is the artificial intelligence. What are your thoughts about that?
Absolutely, yes, Jan. I'm totally agree with that because we have 21st century society, yep, post-industrial society or information society. So that is why information is a key resource of 21st century, and especially great information. Who own this great information will own the world. So, so this is a fact, and I absolutely agree with that. Let's go forward. Yeah.
And do you think that there are, of course, we will be discussing the pros and cons in regards to the artificial intelligence and machine learning, not only from the, let's say, market point of view, but also from the BA trends. However, what is your excitement level at this point and at this stage? Whether you are, excited about this revolution, or does it cause more fears at this stage?
That's a great question, Jan. And we had some discussion before, but I think that a lot of people were scared when, for example, ChatGPT just blew up this year, especially. And that was really scared for a lot of people. But right now, people started to realize the next. First of all, that this is a tool, and we need to be adaptable, definitely adaptable in that process. And we need to learn how to use ChatGPT or other AI tools in efficient manner to do our work in the best manner as well, and to be more productive and provide more results, great results than was expected. So I think that this in next few years we will have few years. I mean, not 2 years. From 2 to 5 years, we're going to have a lot of pressure in economic area and in business area, and we need to start think about a couple of points. Yep. First of all, we need to be smart in that question of AI usage. We need to provide the pace of study something new, and we need to be adaptable.
Definitely. However, in regards to the skills, no spoilers yet. let's leave that for the later part. So let's get back to the presentation. Let's talk more about that division between creative and generative.
And yeah, guys, and we prepared with Jan some kind of conclusions based on the difference between creative and generative AI, and based on previous slide. So as you can see, guys, we have 2 tasks on the screen, and we have 1 conclusion. So conclusion is the next, that working with AI types depends on tasks. So please combine them in your work. We don't have right now the best option. We don't have right now the worst option. We have just the options that could be suitable in your work case. This is the main idea of AI tools usage. And please don't forget use this list in your work. So the first conclusion that we want to present based on previous slides and discussion is the next, that innovative tools can help transform your creative workflow. I know, Jan, you know a little bit more about that. So
yeah, definitely. Just wanted to mention also about combining those 2 elements, that think of it this way. Regardless which kind of process for eliciting requirements you use, it's never one at a time. Even when you conduct, for example, the workshop, you still will be asking the questions. So you'll be combining the workshop with the interviews. Even if you will be using a prioritization technique to assign a certain index of priority on the items in your backlog, if everything is a priority 1 item, you still need to distinguish one priority item from another priority item, right? So you will then use maybe bubble sorting, and you will use 2 methods at once. Same thing happens here with the artificial intelligence, right? As again, this is a brand new area that can impact our work in a positive way. Whichever way you find it useful to use, definitely be sure to apply that best to your abilities. However, also just keep in mind this critical thinking aspect in regards to the usage of the artificial intelligence. There were some cases, and we'll be talking about them slightly later as well, where there was a misuse or a too big trust put into the artificial intelligence that resulted in a negative way. But we'll be covering that just in a few minutes, so please stay with us. And still, if you have any questions, be sure to also.
And I can say that based on this first conclusion, we can highlight to you guys the second one about AI tool will help you work smarter, not harder. But for that, we need to be in the right conditions. I mean, not only physical conditions or mental conditions. You need to also care about your work conditions as well to provide ability for yourself to study again. And this is the main requirement of this time, I mean current days. And you, all of us guys, are creators. With AI tools, our creativity or possibility to create something new much higher than without. And this is true. This is new reality, and we need to be. We need to approve or accept this reality by ourselves and try to go in the right direction. And let's go forward. Yep, Jan, please.
Yeah, so just what we came across when creating the presentation for you today is just a couple of ideas and couple of the usage trends for the AI in the next couple of years, or that is actually happening right now. And again, we will not be going through all of them because you might then later on refer to the recording or to see the presentation and to read them carefully. But in general, there is a couple of ways how we can actually benefit from the usage of the AI. And when for example, looking at the cost saving that you might have from artificial intelligence or machine learning, I will be talking exactly when presenting the use case about a real example, real project that I was working on that was actually targeting that area, and I will show you how exactly machine learning and artificial intelligence can help you with that. Same thing with, for example, the increase of the productivity. Now, a small. I know we should have the Q&A session at the end, but already there was a question raised in the. In our YouTube chat, and thank you so much for raising that question about the usability of the Chat-GPT in regards to the BA work or product owner work. And I think it's really, for some basic tasks, basic activities, it can really help to save the time and increase the productivity just by delegating mundane tasks and pure, simple activities that we are doing towards the artificial intelligence, so that we could save time on more creative, more analytical work.
Right now, I can say that I want to add something else about efficiency. Yep, and guys, that just this half of the year, or the current half of the year, just show us that ChatGPT usage. For example, we can use ChatGPT to optimize some kind of BA's work, some techniques, some tools, to collect some information, to analyze some information, and in some of cases, we can increase efficiency up to 70%. You can imagine that. And prediction is, as you can see on the screen, the level of prediction. Yep, in here, sorry, the level of prediction of the increasing of productivity, efficiency, knowledge management, and knowledge transfer process. You can see, guys, these numbers are big, quite big, and this means for us that we got some kind of new, not only tool, but some kind of new approach and the way how we should rebuild our work generally. how we should rethink our work process, generally with AI usage. And in that case, we're going to increase our productivity, as Jan mentioned, and efficiency, maybe in times. For example, what else interesting we have on the screen? Actually, it's not about on the trends or percents. It's also about the time horizon, guys. I think that you mentioned that worldwide experts actually provide some kind of really short time horizon of this transformation in era of AI, 3-5 years. You can see that. And this is also some kind of trend. So all of us have just right now not so long-term corridor to transform our reality, to transform our work approach. Yep.
And I think we have prepared a couple of statistics for you when it comes to just how big the potential of the market is and how big the piece of the cake is. So just looking at these predictions and the trends that we see, that the potential revenue of the usage of the artificial intelligence just in the next 2 to 3 years is identified and estimated to be $126 billions. So the sooner we will jump on the train in regards to the usage of the artificial intelligence, the bigger piece of the cake we might have for ourselves.
And Jan, I have a question. Do you think that all of us have a chance to do that? I mean, IT guys.
Well, I think the sooner we will start shifting our career and shifting, or maybe not necessarily our career, but shifting our skills to be more aligned with the usage of the artificial intelligence, then definitely the easier will be the transition. However, it's always, as with every change, it's easy to say and much more difficult to implement.
Yep, absolutely agree. So guys, these numbers are impressive, so impressive. So you can view that, and you can see the sources, pretty authority sources that provide this information with statistic. So let's go forward. I guess we have the general picture of predictions, and we understand that we crossed this red thin line of AI era, and right now we are at the start point of that. So let's talk about a little bit. Let's talk a little bit more about our use cases, and we can start with some kind of AI usage ways. It's not just only. It's not about, guys, this is a cloud form how we can present this information, but this information should help you to see the streamline. Yep, when and where we can use AI. And actually, as you can see, pretty lot of areas or ways, not areas, but ways. Yes, it's some kind of just road with a lot of areas on that. Yeah, enhancing skills, idea generation, expanding horizons in our investigation, rapid prototyping, etc., and a lot of ways how we are using actually right now AI.
And I think also just to mention here, when looking at these ideas like rapid prototyping or analyzing the data, it shows already how you and I and everyone else working in the business analysis domain can benefit from this to actually increase our productivity and increase our efficiency. Because let's face it, not every one of us is excited to work with tons of Excel data, the CSV files, and just analyzing all of that information. But if we can, for example, somehow merge that into the machine learning or to the intelligent algorithms to identify as the patterns or identify as some trends and some statistics, then it can really help us to generate ideas that, taken from the big amount of information, the key information that we could use for our clients, that's definitely something that we can consider as a benefit, just to delegate again the boring mundane task and focus on this that really excites us and makes our work more enjoyable.
Yep, and you're right. Enjoyable. This is the right word, actually. So let's go forward. And it's not. We shouldn't review this list right now, guys. But this is the areas of application examples list. Yep. So on previous slide we have the ways, but here you have the areas. So this list we created together for your inspiration, for your intention, and to think a little bit more what kind of example you can use at your work. What is the specific of this example, etc. So you can use this list and Google just the examples and think about them a little bit more. And right now I pass the word to Jan to provide information about the first case of machine learning.
So the first case that I was working on many years ago was actually for one of the companies that was dealing with the ATMs and for the optimization of when to refill the money inside the ATM. Because the thing is, there's a lot of costs associated with delivering this money in those cassettes, because you need to pay for the courier service, you need to pay for the recounting of the money, and money that is frozen inside the ATM does not generate any revenue because it's just frozen in the ATM and cannot be turned over. Therefore, because of the effect of inflation, it decreases its value over a period of time. And at the same time, you would want to have the ATMs with the reserve of the money, so that only at the time of the reserve there is the refill, so that it's the most cost efficient and the most cost saving for the companies that are running this ATM. So you can look at this from this cost optimization point of view, that you take a lot of the information from the past, the historical values, when was the withdrawal from the ATM taken, and you teach the algorithm that potentially there are predictions that will tell you that you need to have the refill of the ATM. For example, in July it will be on 7th of July, but for example in August on 15th, so on and so forth, just so that you will reduce the amount of the courier deliveries, so save time on this one, but also increase the security, because the less issue or the less interactions you would have with the ATM in regards to refilling the money or recalculating or using the courier service, the less risk will happen to that money. In addition, if you have a big list of the ATMs, like for example a couple of thousand across the whole country, you might find the most optimized route for the courier service to refill those ATMs, and that can also increase the time efficiency, right? So already you can see that using the historical data from the past 2 years, 3 years, you can predict what should be the future results, future outcomes, and future steps in regards to filling the ATM. However, also with one additional caveat, that if you will have a situation in which, for example, right now in my hometown, there is the open air festival, and suddenly there is 40,000 people more in the area of the festival. So you might have those sudden peaks that over the course of the year, the withdrawal of the money from the ATM is stable, and suddenly you have the peak all the way through the roof. So that's also something that you need to teach the algorithm to make sure that those random events would also be taken into consideration. So that's exactly something that we've been working on. That's something that we've managed to actually optimize, and we actually were able to reach the savings on the process in general of around 60% of year-to-year running of the operations. So you can already have a first hands-on experience on how we can use the machine learning algorithm with the benefit for our customers.
Awesome example actually, and in that example we can see, guys, the trend. Yep, that a lot of businesses just using the ML right now to optimize to get the data, the right data, and useful data and valuable data, applicable data to make the right decision. Great example. And also, I know that you have one more about AI. Yep.
Yes, so I'm sure each and every one of you were in a situation that you go to the tax office or you go to the city council or you go to any kind of department that you need to fill some kind of a form, and you have absolutely no idea how to fill the form, which form to use, what are the informations required. And for me, an interesting case was when I was applying for a visa to one of the countries many years ago, when the visa was still needed, when Poland was not a part of the European Union. And it was very challenging for me to select the right example of the document. But here there are possibilities that just with answering a couple of questions about who you are, where you want to go, what's the purpose of the trip, then the project that you can work on can provide not only the information about which document to use and which visa form to use, but also it can start pre-populating the data based on the basic information that you have already provided, which can again increase the time savings of filling the form by yourself, especially if you have the same value to be provided in multiple areas of the document. It can be just repopulated automatically. But also by following this suggested approach by this artificial intelligence, you have the increased possibility of having the success of receiving that information in the correct way, so increasing the success rate altogether.
Yeah, that's also a great example. And I want to continue about AI, about my case. Yeah. Imagine, guys, that you have the short period of time, and during that you should find out a huge massive of information, find out, analyze them, and analyze it and provide some kind of conclusions, and based on that conclusions provide some kind of model of the system. So my example of AI usage is the next, that imagine that in European Union or in European Union we have a lot of countries, and each country has some separate practice in some area, and you need to collect all of them, compare, and provide this model or this approach based on all of these practices. And in that case, AI helped us to find information. This was really quick. We saved we saved more than 3 months of our work. I mean, work of BA's team, and we also got some kind of good results of AI analysis, but not at the first. But not during the first time of this analysis making, when this analysis was made. But why? Because you need to know how to use AI tool correctly. Because really, first 2 tries was bad. But step by step, our team tried to use this AI tool more efficient, more in smart manner, etc. And we were starting to get the good results of this analysis. So we saved the time, we increased teamwork efficiency with AI usage. Example in that case, and this was the cool study process, not in theory but on practice. So that is also great option and ability.
And I think also here is when we had that workshop about the data analysis and learning from the data, it's also a very good example of the fact that when we are teaching the intelligent algorithms the way of thinking and we provide the data, we also need to learn by ourselves how the intelligent algorithms work. So it's a cooperation and collaboration between AI and human.
Absolutely, and I want to add, thank you, Jan, for this thought, because I want to add one more interesting thing. When we were making analysis of this bunch of information, we found out that AI provide a lot of mistakes because of huge massive of information, and this some of this information, some part of this information was valid, some part of this information was not valid. So guys, please control the results as well. And you see that, as Jan mentioned, and absolutely agree with him, that AI and human cooperation provide the great results, but in smart manner. And the next case of ML usage, machine learning usage, is about one Ukrainian bank. And this bank provides a machine learning algorithm. This algorithm was created for this bank as the client, first of all, to help the people to transform their behavior. Why? You can imagine, guys, when you have some kind of level, when you have some level of costs every month, and you have a habit to spend maybe not optimal amount of money for something, and when your system, your banking system, just don't provide to you the correct analysis, you can't mention that fact because it's a habit, it's unconscious habit, and you just spend a lot of your personal resources in non-efficient manner. So that is why, for example, this machine learning algorithm just provide the option of cost prediction and modeling when you enter to the bank client system, and you can see in that system not only the graph of your costs, but you can see the great statistic, how much you spend on the food, how much you spend on the sport activity, how much you spend on the healthcare, and not only amount of the things, but this algorithm analyze your behavior. And for example, during 1 year, this algorithm can provide to you the trend of your money usage. And you know that this thing help to save the money for people, and people bring some part of this money in bank system or in that bank on deposits, etc. So you can see the good combination of machine learning usage and, for example, psychology effect and economical effect as well.
And I think also it's very important here to mention that when, for example, you are doing this multi-payments every single month at the same time, that it can also inform you in advance that you have an upcoming payment, ensure that you have the right amount of money in the account so that you will not be surprised with the situation that suddenly, the electricity is cut off or your mobile phone doesn't work anymore, right? So you have that information as well.
Yeah. So that was our case study part, and I think, Jan, we are ready to go forward with the next one.
Definitely.
Pros and cons, guys. The most interesting part of this presentation, I guess, pros and cons, because any kind of tool, any kind of system, any kind of approach always has its own pros and cons, always. So let's start from pros. Let me start this part, and as you can see, we also made for you guys, for your attention, some kind of cloud image of pros. And you see a lot of them on the screen, but I want to highlight 3 the most interesting, in my opinion. So first of all, decision making. I talked about that because the right decisions provide the right results. We need to understand that decisions provide the actions, actions provide the results. So we need to know that decision making is absolute cornerstone of business and work efficiency. And the next one, I think that this is some kind of business process automation. Yes, AI and ML just help us a lot in that question, and this is save our time. We can save our time, we can save our money, we can save our efforts. And of course, actually, the most interesting for me, the third one is innovation support. Why? Because technologies will born new technologies, and this is a cycle. That is why this is the most interesting part, because it's always connected with the future step, future vision, future opportunities and possibilities to do something. And all other things are also important for us, and you can see them on the screen. They pretty understandable and simple. So pass the word to Jan about cons.
Yeah, so I will be the bad cop, playing the with Dmitry the good cop bad cop approach, because I see that there are, of course, the benefits, and I've been working on projects that brought benefits when it comes to usage of AI and machine learning in general. However, I also see a couple of mistakes and a couple of issues. Already we received a question in our YouTube channel. Again, thank you for that question, and we encourage to ask more about the the ethic aspect of the usage of the artificial intelligence, and whether it will not take over our jobs, right? I'm kind of safe about this, because for the AI to take over our job, our customers will need to provide clear requirements, and that's not necessarily always happens. So we are at least still there to clarify that. However, we need to keep in mind that the data that the algorithms is using, and the information that it has is, and the response that it provides, is only as good as the data it gets. And sometimes if the data is not good enough or not clear enough, the artificial intelligence is also learning from the bad examples as well. There is also the human factor of using the artificial intelligence. There was this very huge issue with, I think it was Samsung back in the beginning of this year, when there was a huge leakage of secure information provided to the Chat-GPT. And of course, Chat-GPT states that they are not storing any kind of a data. However, how much can we trust what company says, right? So that's definitely one thing that we also need to consider. And also in general, if we will go without any kind of second thought towards artificial intelligence and machine learning, we can become more and more dependent on the algorithms, more and more dependent on the machines, and not necessarily, we might stop thinking by ourselves. And there's something that I heard some years ago, that we are becoming slightly more and more the society of smartphones, smart TVs, smart cars, but not necessarily smart people, right? It's a risky statement. However, we really need to keep in mind that whereas it can help us going forward with our work and help increase the productivity, we still need to have a bit of critical thinking, and we still need to have a bit of reserves, because where, for example, instead of being the creators of the work, we can transform ourselves to be more of a reviewers. We still need to do that review to make sure that what is the outcome goes through our validation before we will share it more openly and more widely in our solutions that we provide.
Absolutely. So guys, please don't forget to use these pros and cons, and to think about them a little bit more when you will be alone at your work, and or even more, please discuss these pros and cons with your colleagues and your managers as well. And must-have skills, the final slide about AI usage and machine learning usage as well. So let's start. Let's start from this list of, in our opinion, in our common opinion, we provide to you guys not all the skills that you need to have, but the most critical skills that you should train. Please, this is a huge difference. Yep. So train on the permanent basis. because AI is a great tool that help you, but without these things, you can't be more productive in interaction with AI.
And I think here very important aspect when it comes to those skills is they really do not differ that much compared to any other projects that you've been working on, because in any case, when you are assigned to a brand new project, you need to adapt to the new environment, new tools, new situations that you will be facing, new stakeholder engagement methods, or new culture that you'll be facing, right? You also need to be curious about, when you join any kind of a new project, you need to be curious about the domain itself, you need to be curious about the processes. Here, this is a brand new technology that we use, so you need to have the motivation in yourself to actually investigate that more and to analyze that more. And that's why it also comes in hand with this critical thinking. You receive the response from the artificial intelligence, you receive the response from machine learning, but don't take everything for granted, don't take everything as an oracle. It's really important to have a double check, have a review, verify whether the trends provided from the output of the algorithms is with the alignment of the market visualization, with the alignment with the customer expectation. So definitely those are the skills that we very much encourage to develop in yourself. And I think in general, as EPAM, we are very adaptive. If we wouldn't grow to a company of such a size, and we wouldn't be able to have a conversation on this topic with so many experts who actually adapted to the new environment and to the new world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to add to the words of Jan just a couple of things. So, guys, you can see that the first triangle was made, so critical thinking, curiosity, and adaptability. And the second triangle is the productivity, creativity, and ability to study and analyze. And this triangle is also extremely important. Why? Because your creativity depends on ability to study and analyze. And the ability to study and analyze depends in the big it depends very much, I can say, from productivity level, from your productivity level. And this triangle provide to you actually inspiration as well. The first triangle provide to you not only inspiration, but provide to you the right habit to act. And this combination of these two triangles can help you to be alive in era of AI and be always on the wave. And we think that this is really separate topic, how you could train these six skills. I think that we can prepare in the future with Jan separate talk about that. And actually, I think that is all from our side for today. And you're welcome with your questions.
Definitely. Any questions that you might have, we are happy to answer.
Absolutely.
So we have a few questions. Interesting. We already have answered some about ethics, which was one of our questions, and we have some interesting quotations from the one is the AI is just more than like another invention with electricity or internet. The core difference here is the potential of the autonomous decision making, which sounds very interesting. And we have also another information from our audience that worth noting, that there are two types of artificial intelligence: narrow intelligence, AI, and general intelligence, AGI. And most tools we know are actually ANI. It's not all artificial intelligence tools are designed to require human intelligence, as someone noted here. So let's come to our questions, other questions. So
We have here a question about you mentioned studying when AI trends on BA work. What tips and sources of knowledge would you recommend to improve our skills? Especially, we need to accommodate daily project routine that are totally different. It's challenging to be assertive, going to the right sources among tons of information. And we have also related question. How accurate artificial intelligence can become in assisting business analysts. These are related. What do you think about?
Dmytro, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So, in my opinion, guys, I think that you need to be oriented on big companies. Yeah. So a lot of courses of AI usage just was created by, for example, Google, Microsoft, etc. And please stay aligned with that courses. Also, I think that we can highly recommend to you guys to see to browse some kind of information in LinkedIn, in professional social network that also can help you. And for sure, please don't forget about the Amazon source. I mean, first of all, the literature. You know, this proverb that people who read in the books will be always aligned with the practice and will be always on the edge. So please don't forget that, because maybe a week ago, I saw on Amazon a lot of interesting and new books about AI. And especially, I want to highlight our external BA newsletter for all business analysts in the world who want to get this information, for example, about the interesting sources, books, etc. From EPAM company. So please don't forget about that as well, because in the last this week we provide this newsletter, and we were provided this newsletter, and in that newsletter we have just some recommended sources about AI as well. And we created a separate stream. You can contact with our representatives. You can join to this stream. You can speak with professionals and increase your knowledge.
And I think also to add on top of that is, I would say, the more you will read, even if you've mentioned that there is tons of information, it's difficult to find the right one. But even when you write or when you read information about the pros and the cons, and articles that praise artificial intelligence, machine learning, artificial that goes against that, it can help you decide your own approach, your own idea, and your own risk. So it's definitely good to see the both areas, the both spectrum, not only to focus only on one or the other, because that way you will be able to have a more generic view. And to give just one example why it's useful to have this brighter point of view, there is an interesting case in the world of physics that one of the professors received the Nobel Prize for some kind of proven theory, and around 45 years later, his son received the Nobel Prize for disproving the theory of the dot. Right, so potentially it's worth to see both sides of the coin. I've mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation, and I would like to finish with that I mentioned about Dr. Andrzej Buller, and when it comes to machine learning, he actually wrote a book saying with the title "Artificial Brain: No Longer a Fantasy." So definitely that's something also that we can kind of look into that, and just consider investigating the knowledge of machine learning from the point of view of that as well. And really, there is tons of information available, and the knowledge in general is the currency of the 21st century. The more you will learn, the more you will know, the more useful it will be for you in your future career. So definitely there is never a wasted time and investment in developing your skills and abilities.
Yep, absolutely, Jan. You provide the gold quote. Yep. And I just want to add only one thing, that guys, don't forget to monitor our social media. of our BA community, actually global BA community. So we have LinkedIn page, we have YouTube channel, we have Facebook, and there we will provide on a permanent basis some kind of information about the books, especially in AI area as well. So don't forget about.
And we hope to see you again on future conferences, future talks. And be sure to like, share, subscribe to our YouTube channel. And definitely we'll see each other in the future.
Yep. And stay with us. Everything will be interesting.
Thank you very much, our speakers, and thank you, the audience, for watching and asking your questions. So also, please remember our recording will be ready in 1 week from a conference, and also you can feel free to propose the topic for next conference. The Menti information will be shared in the chat. Thank you very much, our speakers, again. It was very interesting. So please let me announce quickly the next presenters we will have in a few minutes. It will be Minesh Vadgama and Anna Ustinova with the topic how Chat-GPT can affect BA work, quick wins in daily life. Very welcome, everyone. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, guys.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Welcome back, to our BA Excellence Conference today. Our guests will be Minesh Vadgama, our business analyst leader, and Anna Ustinova as well, lead business analyst. Very welcome. Just to mention quickly, our session will be recorded, so we can find it 1 week from today. Also, feel free to post your questions during the speech on our chat on Google, on our community. And the last 15 minutes will be for QA session. So let me introduce our speakers. Minesh Vadgama, lead business analyst, 17 years in roles such consultant, business analyst, business architect, product manager. And Minesh is very excited about the future of business analysis. And please let me introduce also Anna Ustinova, more than 9 years as a business analyst and product owner role. And she is also a strong believer in artificial intelligence can have great impact on our work and life. So, stage is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katerina. So we're here today to talk about how can ChatGPT affect BA work, quick wins in your daily life. So the agenda for today is very much focused on ChatGPT rather than broader AI like the previous chat. We're going to go through quickly ChatGPT, what it is in a quick intro, some productivity gains in roles and industries. We're going to talk about 3 use cases that we have experimented with. We're going to talk about the implications of business analysis in the real world. We're going to give you some tips on prompt engineering, and then we're going to close with a quick conclusion. So we've got a few slides to get through. So first of all, then, let's start with, maybe in the chat, people can put their comments. How many people have used ChatGPT to date? And if you have used it, how often perhaps are you using it? That would be a great indicator of how this audience has been using the tool already. And of course, if you've not used ChatGPT, then where have you been? And are you sure you're at the right meeting? Because we're going to be focusing on ChatGPT today. So, Anna, how are those? Have we got any comments there from people about using it or not yet?
I think not yet. Maybe Katarzyna can help here.
Okay, so let's start with a quick recap on what ChatGPT actually is, and what better way than to ask ChatGPT itself what it is. So when we ask ChatGPT what it thinks it is, it tells us it's an advanced AI model built by OpenAI, which I think most people are aware of. It has an extensive knowledge base, and then it goes on with some other bits and pieces. Now, critically for us, ChatGPT is basically an AI tool that understands and can respond to natural language. So natural language is the language that we're using right now, so very much conversational and talking. Previously, there were hurdles in understanding this natural language, but ChatGPT and AI is now able to start understanding natural language. That means it's very, very useful all of a sudden, because it can actually make sense of this conversation, what I'm saying, and respond in a very similar manner. So, it can answer all kinds of questions, from very much business facing to very technical and everything in between. So we know it's obviously a very popular tool. We can see that many people have been using it already, but how popular a tool actually is it? So one way of thinking about how popular it is how long did it take ChatGPT to reach 1 million users? Again, if anybody wants to hazard a guess, please drop that in the comments. You won't find the answer through ChatGPT, because obviously it had a knowledge cutoff, but it is quite a surprising answer. So if we think about some of the leading consumer web applications out there, and we look at how long it took them to reach 1 million users, we can see Netflix took around 3.5 years. Kickstarter and Airbnb around 2.5 years. Twitter around 2 years. Foursquare 13 months. Facebook 10 months. And Dropbox 7 months. We can see where we're dropping down here. So, I don't know if anybody knows the answer to this, but amazingly, ChatGPT hit 1 million users within 5 days. This was very much the back end of last year. So last year we saw this action, within 5 days it hit 1 million users. But is it still popular? Are people still using it? Should we be thinking about using it? Well, we can answer that by thinking about the current traffic and how it's been performing this year. So currently it has over 100 million monthly active users. In February, it was around 1 billion visits that ChatGPT got to its site. In March, that went up to about 1.6 billion visits. And in April, it hit 1.8 billion visits. That alone makes it around the 20th most popular website on the internet. So we know ChatGPT is an amazingly popular tool. Here's what some experts had to say. So in a UBS report, the analyst said, in 20 years following the internet space, we cannot recall a faster ramp in a consumer internet application. So just to give you a view of popularity there. So popularity is great, but what about things like productivity in AI and ChatGPT? So from productivity perspective, we looked at a number of different, reports and news. We also asked some internal EPAMers on what they thought about productivity for tools like AI and ChatGPT. So we've just plotted here very much an indicative graph of, on the y-axis, an increase in productivity, and on the x-axis, we're going to plot some different roles and domains. So in customer services, we read a report where AI-tooled customer services agents gained about 14% productivity from using the AI tool. In sales, we came across some reports that said salespeople could benefit by about 40%. A internal senior EPAMer in the product competency told us that they saw benefits around the 40% mark. For software development, we've all come across the tool Copilot or heard about it. In one study, Copilot was responsible for boosting productivity around 55%. We then looked at test, and again, talking to another senior EPAMer and looking at some rates in reports, we saw that this was somewhere between 30 and 60%. But what about BAs? Well, we didn't really find very much out there around business analysis and what BAs could gain in the way of productivity. If you ask us, our opinion internally right now is probably somewhere around the 20 to 30% gain. But one thing is for sure, we can see from this graph that everybody in roles before and after us are gaining from AI and tools like ChatGPT. So doing nothing is definitely not an option. We need to find a way of leveraging AI and also benefiting from this productivity gain. So thinking about tooling, here's a great graph from Sequoia, who plotted a number of different tools, incumbents, challengers, and Dev 2.0 tools. So we know that things like Copilot are out there for software developers. There are many other tools that are out there from a software engineering, from a technical perspective. But we as BAs, we don't necessarily have a Copilot for like developers do, or Stable Diffusion like art and design people do. So we really don't have that one tool to rule them all for us, for BAs. So, by the very nature of what we do as BAs, it's very broad. We can sometimes focus on detail. So we'd be looking for a tool that could cover a multitude of use cases. And actually, ChatGPT seems to do that quite well. It's almost like the tool was designed for things that business analysts get up to. So, all the way from ideation to domain upskilling, to feature writing, to hypothesizing benefits, generating and creating statements about value, going into detailed requirements, user story writing, non-functional requirements, and so much more. We're going to look through some of those use cases and talk about how we thought the quality was in respect to how it might be versus another person writing those requirements. There's almost no barrier to entry, literally requires a sign up, and for the paid version, there's obviously more features available in a newer model, but there is a slight cost. So what we're going to do now is talk through 3 top use cases that we've come across and that we wanted to share with you. So for the first use case, over to you, Anna.
Thank you, Minesh. Thank you for the introduction. After it, I think I feel even more excited about the time we are living in, as artificial intelligence and ChatGPT in particular changing the way how we live, the way how we work, and for business analysts as well. So let's see what first quick win we think that we can gain with ChatGPT. And we will start with such thing as processing documentation. Why? Because we as business analysts work a lot with documentation, and it takes substantial amount of time to process it, to write it, and so on and so forth. In particular, right now we will be focusing on how to get from user feedback to user stories. Also, we have here a couple of hypotheses which are based on trying to understand if ChatGPT will consume all the data that we will be giving to ChatGPT, meaning that it will process it in whole scope and not ignore it somehow, or will it understand some emotional sentiment within it? Will it predict and give us some good suggestions how to improve it? Also, I believe people here already know that OpenAI recently released new features such as browsing via internet. It's possible with ChatGPT 4, and again, like I was curious to see how well it works in comparison to just copy pasting information into ChatGPT. So here we will have two use cases. First use case, where we gather our feedback manually from different sources, from online platforms, whatever, then creating a prompt and copy paste it into ChatGPT dialog, and then refine our prompts all over again to get a better output. The other use case will be completely in ChatGPT, where we will ask ChatGPT, first we will enable the feature of browsing, then ask ChatGPT to review certain website with the reviews and get us the summary, and we will also review and working with the outputs. So for the purpose of this video, we will be using feedbacks from such online resources, SiteJabber for Netflix, because we want to take some information that's available online for everyone, because you might know that ChatGPT is not the very securest place to work with for now, but still we can work with it if something is available online. So we got the feedback from there. We took a feedbacks from past months, and we took the feedback from with the different star ratings, so we can ensure that there will be positive, negative feedback, and so on. Also, the next step will be we will select what feature we would like to work with, whether we work with default ChatGPT, and you will see it always on the left side on the screen, and the version into comparison to it, we ask the same prompts to ChatGPT with enable browsing feature via Bing. And what prompts we're gonna ask? We will ask all the same prompts, like we will ask for the summary for this review, we will ask for suggestions for improvements and then categorization of them. Then we ask to write stories, different perspective, different roles to see how it works within this context, and predict feedback. So let's look into first thing. First, I would like to mention here, you can see the prompt on the left is very big, and it was just cut by me because I used there 15 different reviews. And on the right hand side, very small prompt that was saying, please do the reviews overview and give me a summary of them for the last months. Here is the link, please scroll it. That's it. You can see that on the left hand side, it's very long, so it takes much more tokens to process it compared to using just browsing feature. And let's see what the answers will be for that. In terms of the answers, you can see that on the left, it gave me all summaries for all the feedbacks I put into it. It amazingly added me user sentiment right away. It understands whether it's negative, whether it's positive, or even mixed. What I don't like in particular in here, that some feedback has more than one issue, and it does not put me some bullet points or numbers 1 to 3, but nevertheless there is definitely some room for improvements, but I can read it still. For instance, number 7 has complained about pricing, about content, and site streaming performance. Okay, so it's 3 in 1 and all negative. Then on the right hand side, we can see that it actually gives us just 5 summaries out of 52 available on the website for this particular month. Somehow it selected those 5, and then it also gave explanation of feedbacks and reviews afterwards, but that's it. Like, it's very generic. So basically do some job behind the scene, and that's how it is. Like, well, we accept to see more maybe. Next, we are asking, okay, let's go with improvements, and please categorize them, whether it's business rule, business process, tech, content, or whatever else, in a table format. With the table format, it works good. However, you can see that, again, everything that was manually entered, again, I received suggestion for each and every feedback. And compared to the browsing version, I have it again generalized summaries of all improvements we need to do by the certain areas. So we need to do improvements in business rules, we need to do improvements with content strategy, different improvements, we need to do improvements in tech, and so on. But like, this is much shorter version compared to the one I have on the left. Moving next, let's imagine that I would ask as a ChatGPT to pretend that he's a technical system analyst and he needs to write stories only for tech improvements. So I would expect that everything that is not tech would not be taken into consideration and write requirements as detailed as possible. What I will get? I will get on the left-hand side, again, very good example that I have user story for review 4, and then I have user story for review 7. Review 7, as you remember, it's the one that we have 3 complaints. 1 complaint about pricing, 1 complaint about content, and 1 complaint about performance in streaming. So it takes only streaming performance as an issue, technical one, and write me a user story for it. Within the acceptance criteria, it specifies me even some measures, which may be good, maybe not. It's still, we need still to discuss it with development team, but I pretty much appreciate that it tells me like, okay, buffering time should not exceed more than 5 seconds. That's something that I can start working with, and I'm better prepared for further talks with development or even end users, real end users in real life. Then we have the version on the right, where we have also good enough acceptance criteria, also improving stream stability, but well, less measurements, but still okay. Important thing in here when I review all the stories that I would like to see there, ChatGPT missed 1 story on parental settings where it needs to be improved. So you still need to be cautious of that. Then, like, I decided, okay, I want to talk with my development team, but let's see what they need to do to implement those requirements that already in there. So I'm trying to be prepared 1 step ahead. So I asked ChatGPT, imagine that he is right now a technical development lead. So what acceptance and technical requirements he will write to it based on the best practices. Again, it gives us some, with technical requirements, I would say more broader answers, but it gives me an idea of protocols, of systems, everything that might be considered by development team. And if I don't know some abbreviation or anything, what does this particular thing do, I can check it out before meeting my development team. So I'll be better prepared, right? And what I like here in particular about browsing example, that it generates me all requirements at once. So it took my acceptance criteria generated before, and for each of those items, it creates technical requirements, which is good. So it's matching, and I have everything at once. I don't need to ask ChatGPT right now to aggregate all together or do it manually. I find it impressive. And last but not least, what about a feedback that we can predict? So I asked to predict positive feedback because I like to hear something positive, and negative feedback. Negative feedback, I'm in particular interested in it because from it I can see if I miss some requirements or if there is certain test cases we could consider before going live with the feature that we improved. And again, manual version did better, slightly better than browsing right now, because in manual version, I have feedbacks only for those tech improvements that we will be doing. While the browsing version have the feedbacks for all the requirements that was actually, sorry, not requirements, all the reviews that was actually on the website. And it's for the first time ChatGPT put all of those reviews and suggested feedbacks for it if all of it will be improved, which is, well, still some improvement needed there, but that's interesting thing to be seen. Last but not least, as long as I play with it quite a long time, please do not use the same prompt over and over again, because the more you use the same prompt, the less relevant output you will get. Somehow ChatGPT believes that if you're using the same prompt, the answer is not good enough. So it tries different approaches, and eventually it gives you the answer like far away from what you want to see. As a conclusions, I want to highlight one of all of those bullet points is that right now we were showing you example where we take the data that is available on the web outside there freely. However, we also work with our data from the projects, and we do a lot of sanitization data before put it into ChatGPT, even though we have all the features and saving the history of, we do sanitization. And interestingly, ChatGPT understands it and creates a so fictional output. So the learning from there, if you're putting sanitized data, please provide as strict as possible guidelines on content output if you want to get it right. Otherwise, you will get a very nice fairy tale. So Minesh, over to you and your use cases.
Thank you, Anna. That was great. So the next use case we're going to talk about is meeting transcript to backlog. So what actually happened in this use case is we took a hypothesis of how good would ChatGPT be at taking a transcript from a meeting, interpreting that content, and then generating some user stories from the back of that. How good would it be at creating some acceptance criteria which are detailed enough to possibly be used? And then thirdly, how about the non-functional requirements, even when we're not going to discuss non-functional requirements in this hypothetical meeting? Was it able to come away and generate them? Now, what I'd say about this hypothesis and this experiment is actually I did this before I've used and learned some of the prompt engineering techniques that Anna is going to talk through and that I'll talk through later on in this session. So it's very much as a novice or a newbie. And so, you know, the learning curve very much was really low. You're going to see how low it was because you're going to see my prompts and you're going to see how good the response from ChatGPT was. So the first step of this process is something that's very familiar to probably all of the BAs out there, which is to conduct a meeting with your stakeholder or your product owner or your product manager about a particular topic. So in this case, we invented a hypothetical situation where we were discussing a product review feature for an e-commerce website. So entirely made up, nothing to do with any client or anything like that, literally just a feature for product reviews on an e-commerce website. So I'm going to show you the video afterwards, but we had that meeting in Microsoft Teams with transcription switched on. So the script was recorded. After we got that, we took the script and we downloaded it from Microsoft Teams as a Microsoft Word doc. And then as simple as that, we copy and pasted that transcript into ChatGPT with a bunch of prompts to get some answers. And then we refined that output. And that was pretty much the end. The whole thing from end to end literally took around 10 or 15 minutes to start with, to get the ChatGPT to generate those user stories and acceptance criteria and artifact that I'm going to show you. And actually, like I say, it's a very common situation with BAs. BAs are doing this all day, all the time. So here's the video. I'm not going to play the actual video for you, but just to say that the video was very much in natural language. It wasn't, we weren't making any particular prompts or any particular, cues or clues for the tool. We very much had a normal conversation, just like you would with any stakeholder. And we started going through all the details of what we want. So to start with then, the first prompt that I put in there with the transcript was create all user stories from the discussion between the PO and the BA from the meeting, from the transcript of the following meeting. And amazingly, ChatGPT responded with 12 user stories just off the back of that conversation. I want to stress again, no external or additional manipulation, literally just taking that transcript and copy pasting it into ChatGPT with that prompt. We then looked at what the responses were, and we ranked them on 2 dimensions. So the first dimension was validity. So this is how plausible or how valid is that requirement? How realistic is it? Is it believable? And then the second dimension was accuracy. This is how faithful or true to the transcript and the actual meeting conversation was the requirement. So here we can see from accuracy, it's, did we actually have that conversation? Did this requirement actually come out? And validity was, regardless of whether we had the conversation, is this a good requirement? Is it believable? Could it pass in the real world? And when we scored it, amazingly, ChatGPT scored a pass on everything. So all of the user stories that it generated were valid. They were all accurate in terms of being true to what was discussed in the conversation. There was one gap. It did miss one user story, but arguably how many BAs out there have had requirement sessions and come away of 12 or 13 requirements out of 13, so missing one requirement we thought wasn't bad at all. This was, and I'll just be clear, it was reviewed by a number of different BAs as well, so they all concurred on the opinion here. The next thing we did was to then take those acceptance criteria, take those user stories and try and build some acceptance criteria. So of course, we know the user stories that it generated were pretty good. They were high level, but good and all accurate. And so how would it perform with then taking those user stories, developing acceptance criteria, and also asking questions? So, part of what we do as BAs is ask a lot of questions about things that are not clear. And so we wanted to use the tool to try and emulate that kind of behavior and that kind of thinking. So how did it do? Well, it actually did quite well. It generated a bunch of acceptance criteria, and also it came with a number of different questions and comments. It started here on the scoring, did start to fall off. It wasn't as good as it was at the high level. So obviously now we've gone down a layer and we've gone into a bit more depth. And ChatGPT here starts to, have expressed some cracks and flaws in its reasoning. So for example, on one of the questions here, which was on user story 3, in the transcript that the other person and I had, there was a question about how would we rate the fit, and then the criteria that I prescribed was it runs small, it runs large, or it fits just right. But here in this requirement and this acceptance criteria, we can see that ChatGPT missed that and it actually put a score of 1 to 5 in. So while it was valid, it was a believable requirement, it wasn't faithful to the actual transcript and what was discussed here. So at this point, it started breaking away, but still, some really good answers, some great responses, and a good starting point for us. Just the same caution about the user story that was missing in the past. From here, the next step then was to try and generate some non-functional requirements. Now, the thing I want to say about non-functional requirements in this case is that we didn't discuss any non-functional requirements. So previously, we had discussed the user stories and potentially some of the acceptance criteria that may have fell into those user stories. So ChatGPT was taking that transcript and generating those user stories and acceptance criteria from things we had said. Okay, but now we came to non-functional requirements. We didn't discuss any non-functional requirements. We didn't stipulate any non-functional requirements. So we were in the hands of purely generative AI at this point, based on the conversation that it understood. One of the techniques that I'd used here, unknowingly at the time, was something called one-shot prompting. So that meant I gave it an example of something that I was looking for. So in here, I've asked for non-functional requirements, and I've said, here's an example of the kind of thing that I'm looking for. How did ChatGPT do? Well, it came up with a bunch of non-functional requirements, which actually was pretty good. They were all fairly relevant. We didn't rank this on accuracy because we hadn't discussed it. And so there was no point trying to score from accuracy because none of these things were discussed. We did, however, score it roughly on validity. And from a validity perspective, it did not do a bad job. It could have done worse. It could have had, very theoretical NFRs, but actually most of the NFRs were reasonable. They weren't far off where we needed to take them. Some of them were partial passes. One was a complete fail. So overall, we were quite impressed. What we did next was then try and come up with a scoring summary. The scoring summary was quite strict. We didn't support partial pass. And so anything that was even a partial pass or a partial fail was attributed as a fail. And that's the way we looked at it. So on the first question about generating user stories, it did really well, as we saw. It only missed out one user story. So we gave it a response validity of 92% and a response accuracy of 92% as well. On the second question, here we start to see the scores drop a bit. This is where we went to a bit more level of detail, where we start talking about the acceptance criteria and questions that are going to be asked by us towards the PO or the product director. The next point was summarizing any gaps from the transcript. So this one I didn't actually show, but this was asking for, what else is missing? Is there anything else we should think about? What else is there that goes on the roadmap? It was those sort of questions. And again, similar to the acceptance criteria, it performed reasonably well, but not as great as the first question. And then finally, the NFR point, which was, really we could only score it on validity. So what we ended up there was a score for validity of about 75%. So this, it aligns very much with other people's findings outside in using ChatGPT in the wild outside, which is that it can come up with plausible, realistic sounding answers, i.e. the validity of 75%, but the accuracy, 63%, shows that actually the things that it came up with were not necessarily faithful or true to what was discussed. So this was the one thing that we wanted to highlight here. But overall, we thought this was good, and we were impressed by the scores and how it performed. The few limitations we had, this was a short 11-minute meeting. How would it perform if there was much more text and it was a longer meeting for 30 or 40 or 50 minutes? The complexity was probably quite low. The feature itself for a product review is probably quite easy to understand. We're not sure how it would perform with more abstract and complex requirements. There were only 2 people in the meeting. Often we know that's not the case in the world of BAs. We may have a committee of people who are generating requirements. So I'm not sure how it would pull out and review and help us with that kind of complexity. There's also, things like whether accents or dialogues make a slight difference, but we're at the mercy of MS Teams for the transcription service. So where could we have taken this any further? We probably could have dived into something like Gherkin. So Gherkin syntax, using given, when, then. But I think we wanted to kind of prove that at least in the main areas that we produce daily requirements, it was definitely something that was really valuable. So thinking about additional areas, where else could ChatGPT help? Well, we know the breadth of ChatGPT's capabilities are huge. It can support, business-facing and very strategic, fuzzy, vague problems, all the way through to very technical, detailed, low-level coding kind of problems. But just because we can use it for that, it doesn't mean we should. In our experiments, of course, user stories were really well put together. The acceptance criteria was good, so we think you should use it for that. Using it for follow-up questions, non-functional requirements, and probably even Gherkin, although we didn't use Gherkin in this scenario. Outside of this, we have used it and it has been good. So these are all, typically within the realm of what we call a BA scope. And I would say, aim for getting your gains in these areas. So use ChatGPT at this point to get gains here. Focus on the things that you already do as a BA and try and get the gains from those rather than focusing on other areas. We know that ChatGPT is an awesome tool. We know it can do step definitions in code. We know it can start writing the test automation code. We know it can write the actual code. The challenge with all those things is how are you going to debug that, right? So as a BA, are you confident enough to start looking at step definitions or test automation code or actual underlying code and debug it? Are you able to think about how that code that you've just produced is going to integrate into a broader code base? Answer is most likely to be no for most BAs out there. So we'd probably suggest that, stay away from those particular scenarios because they are going to lead you into an area of experimentation. We think experimentation is good and we do recommend it, but very much in a controlled way. The paradigm of what a BA is, how a BA works, and with the intersection of AI is definitely going to change. So I'm sure over the few years, we're going to see the paradigm change of how BAs work, what we do, how we do it, which tools we use. But right now, I'd probably say if you're using ChatGPT, focus on the green areas where we know you're doing these day in, day out, and you can see value, and probably experiment with the red areas, but don't make any commitment towards those. So overall then, from that use case, our learnings were that, ChatGPT did an excellent job of taking that 11-minute video and turning that into requirements. There was very minimal prompting required, and we were able to go from a conversation on Microsoft Teams all the way through to some user stories, acceptance criteria, and non-functional requirements, right? The validity of the output, of course, this is something we're going to keep on coming back to. It was good, but we have to make sure that whatever's being put into your artifact and being confirmed as final is actually true to what your stakeholders are asking for and actually meets the business objectives. We need to make sure that we're not seeing ChatGPT invent things and then playing that back as, oh, this is what we thought you wanted. The final thing on that is, overall reasonable quality, but definitely requires further review. The one thing we want to say here again is be careful with the data confidentiality and privacy. We're very aware that ChatGPT, like was said in the previous example, it could be leaking information. We're not sure exactly how the data is being used. We're told, you have a toggle switch for training, but we're not sure just yet. It's a very new tool. So I'd probably exercise a bit of discretion with regard to confidentiality and data that you put into the tool. So that was our second use case. The third use case is all about connecting ChatGPT to the internet and using a plugin called Show Me Diagrams. So question I want to ask is, of course, a number of you said, yes, you are using ChatGPT, but how many people have used or are aware of what a ChatGPT plugin is? And maybe we'll come back and have a look at the comments, because we understand the take-up in plugins is generally quite low. So plugins are tools that are designed to help ChatGPT access kind of up-to-date info, run computations, use third-party services, and basically they offload a task to a third-party service to do something, right? So the one thing that we want to start with, and Anna already showed you this, was ChatGPT has the power to talk to the internet, and it can do that through a plugin or a feature called Browse with Bing. So here, if you have ChatGPT and you're a paid member, you'll find that, and I'll do this very quickly over the live example. So if you go to ChatGPT, and most people probably have 3.5, but if you hit 4 and you hit Browse with Bing, this is now connected to the internet. So if I put in here something like, what was EPAM's share price at close yesterday, it will actually go ahead and go and query on the internet the price of EPAM shares for yesterday, and then come back and give us an answer. So it's doing that, as you can see right now. It's clicked on the link here. It looks like it's gone to Yahoo Finance. It's doing a bit of thinking, and then the closing price of EPAM share was $227 yesterday. And if I hit that link, it takes me to the source, which was Yahoo Finance. So of course we know there's a cutoff, but this is a really powerful way of letting ChatGPT actually talk to the internet and go away and bring back live information for things that you're asking it. The next plugin that we wanted to talk about was the Show Me plugin. So the Show Me plugin is, just skip ahead here. The Show Me plugin is a plugin that actually allows ChatGPT to do some diagramming and some drawing. So in the example on the left-hand side, I asked ChatGPT to draw a class diagram for a product review feature. Here you can see the description of the prompt. And amazingly, it has gone away and it's created a class diagram. You can see correctly put a class name. It's got the class attributes. It's got the operations and methods. It also goes and puts in the association between those classes. It's also capable of doing other diagrams. Those that I've tried so far include sequence diagrams, use case diagrams, and activity diagrams. So if your project requires you, or if you're sort of blurring the boundaries and starting to work more in the UML and in a dev way, then this is a great tool to start using for creating some of those diagrams from scratch as well. And then the second use case on this Show Me Diagrams tool was actually a really good one for ideation and to give you a head start when you're starting on a new thing or a new piece of work. So in this case, I simply put in a query, which was create a brainstorm for an e-commerce website's features. Immediately, ChatGPT has gone ahead and generated this really colorful, brainstorm, and it's put about 30 different things on there. Any BA who's worked in ecom will probably be able to look at this and say, yeah, some of that is actually really valid and some of it probably not so much. Nonetheless, if this was a topic that you weren't familiar with and you were a BA coming into the e-commerce landscape, this is probably going to be a really helpful tool and a really helpful way to get you started. You can then take this and do your product breakdown structure or your work breakdown structure or whatever else that you're going to use for your next technique for decomposition. Beyond this, you can actually use the Mermaid editor. You can see here there's a click to edit, and you can actually go ahead and edit. The one thing that I didn't show you guys was how you quickly access a plugin. So here's another ChatGPT window, and if you simply click up here, you go to plugins, you're going to see a whole bunch of plugins when you go to the plugin store, and there are hundreds already out there. And just like you'd probably expect, you need to install a plugin into your ChatGPT, and you can also uninstall. There is a finite number of plugins that you can have running at any one time. You can see I've got Show Me Diagrams, Link Reader, Scholar, Prompt Perfect all installed. You can just as easily uninstall by pressing that and press install to add a new plugin. So that's very much plugins. I would really encourage people to go ahead and experiment more with plugins because they're a very powerful tool. So the final thing I want to say is another plugin or feature, which is called ChatGPT Code Interpreter. I don't know if many of you have come across this. It's very selective in which users are getting this. I can't influence it, so there's no wait list. But basically, it's a super powerful code interpretation tool. If you've watched any videos on YouTube, it's very exciting because it can let you upload Excel files full of data into ChatGPT. ChatGPT can then actually read the content of those files. It can then, off the back of its own understanding, go and create graphs, presentations, go and perform meaningful trend analysis on that data, and then even let you modify the file through ChatGPT and then spit out a downloadable Excel file from the one that you put in. So that is a really exciting prospect, and so keep your eyes out for when that one. Over to you now, Anna, for another quick look.
Yeah. So everything that we were talking till that moment was, I would say, tactical thing that every BA can do, and it depends on actually BA and the context in what he or she is working, because something might be applicable, some is not. But we decided also to look a bit broader because we can use something and we cannot. That's why it's also, there is no measurements available out there if we can get some improvement in time in terms of our work. So we decided to look into process, and we gathered together, me and Minesh, and also the big group of business analysts from one of our account to brainstorm if it's possible to improve business analysis process so that we can get this gain in there. We do a survey, we run a workshop, we come up with 41 ideas, quite a lot, and afterwards we need to filter down. We run like numbers of voting session, and we come up with 3 ideas in the end. However, one idea that got the most votes was not, let's say, focused just on the requirements, just for the business analyst, but has a bit broader implication. It was management of internal knowledge. So interestingly, later we found also the research done by McKinsey Digital Group that it confirms that it's really the area where generative AI can support you a lot, and it will revolutionize the way we currently work with knowledge management systems. So if you haven't thought about it, maybe it's also the area where you can get some gains. And now let's move a bit to prompt engineering technique. First of all, I think that business analysts are naturally more better prompt engineers, because for us it's important to be specific. For us it's important to know the contents of the things that we are working with. Also, we often need to explain to our stakeholders step by step different things, and we set a tone how something should be done. How do we work with one stakeholder and how we do work with the other stakeholder? So it's all natural to us, I think. However, there is certain thing that can optimize the way we prompt it, and we can achieve with that better results. So let's go with, let's take a look into some of these concepts. I would like to focus right now on 3 of them, which we already start talking about, which is zero-shot learning, one-shot learning, and few-shot learning. Most of the examples that we were showing to you today, it was zero-shot learning, except this one nice prompt that Minesh showed you with NFR sample, it was one-shot learning. So what are those things? With zero-shot learning, we are giving Chat-GPT zero context, and we just ask the question and believe that it will come up with the answer. So there will be a lot of creativity in there, and this is suitable for several use cases for business analysis, like brainstorming, and if you're doing SWOT analysis, pestle analysis, it's somewhere where you can get advantage of it. The one-shot learning, it's somewhere where you would like to tailor a bit the answer, get some more predictable answer from ChatGPT than with zero-shot. So it might be benchmarking analysis or even the very same non-functional requirements that was already there. And few-shot learning, it's where you would like to have a structured answer in specific way, so you already know what you would like to get. So for that purpose, you need to be very specific and give several examples so ChatGPT can learn what you want from it, because it might not know what's good user stories for you. So you might give several examples of user stories with acceptance criteria. Other than that, if you don't, you will get 5 bullet points at best, and it will be kind of okay, but maybe you would like to have more. Why it's important? Because like if you're not using proper technique tailored to your request, you might get very frustrating answers, or you would spend lots of time on prompting to get the answer you would like to. And now I will show you the case when you will really get some metaphorical story. So Q&A, it's the best works, it says, with few-shot learning. I decided like how bad it could be with zero-shot learning. So I asked ChatGPT to pretend that he is very intelligent chatbot that knows everything about business analysis, and if I ask some nonsense, tell me that it's unknown. So I ask a nonsense. What is banana story? And surprisingly, it tells that it's not a nonsense. It's a commonly used term in business analysis, project management, and software development, where it's the story where client asks you as a business analyst for a banana, and you, together with the development team, delivers that banana for the client. However, it was not a banana. It should be a banana shake. Yeah, sounds metaphorical, sounds plausible, but it's a very good lie. So I tried to see like what's the difference between one shot and few shot. In this case, I would say that for me it was not so much of a difference. Both work better than zero shot learning. So that was my learnings in there. Please be careful how you prompt it in order to get better results. So Minesh, final tips?
Sure, thanks Anna for that great stuff there. So a few final tips that we wanted to share with you that we've come across. So reflection. Reflection is asking ChatGPT to reflect on the answer that it's given you, and it should actually be able to tell you whether or not the response matches the question that you asked. So it's almost like it has the ability after the fact to have a look and critically evaluate its own answer. Like Anna said earlier, be careful because there can be some dilution if you keep asking it, but at least for the first 1 or 2 passes, it will be able to detect if it's told you what you are looking for or whether it's told you something else. The second thing, which is really interesting, is ask it to become an expert. So from a really great video by Andrej Karpathy of OpenAI, he goes over how AI works and how ChatGPT works. And it's really looking to imitate a number of different answers from a spectrum of answers, right? So it's looking for high quality and low quality, and it's responding accordingly. Now, what he said was that if you tell ChatGPT to act as an expert or tell it that it has a high IQ, it actually doesn't need to sample the lower quality responses, and it will go straight to the higher quality or the better answers, right? So in this way, if you tell it it's an expert, it will then behave as an expert, and somehow this provides better quality answers. Be careful with the IQ thing, because it's a double-edged sword here. If you ask it to have an IQ which is too high, maybe 200, 150, 170, it might start going into, theoretical astrophysics and take you in the realm of some sci-fi movie. But you need to find the sweet spot of what the IQ is or what type of expert you want it to be to get the right answer. The other thing that we wanted to give you as a final tip was this idea of chain of thought. So chain of thought is the idea that by allowing ChatGPT to think through answers step by step, you're going to get a better response. And actually that is something that was reported, and we have seen it in a few papers. So what here we can see in this table is, by asking ChatGPT something like, let's work this out in a step-by-step way to be sure that we have the right answer, had an 82% accuracy response versus a 0 shot. So that was where there was no context or nothing given, just a straight blank question. There's a sliding scale of improvement here in terms of how good the answer is from an accuracy perspective based on the prompt. So, the thing is here, if you're not getting the answer that you're looking for, or it's coming out with some jargon, try the step-by-step approach, which is referred to as chain of thought, and you might get a better result. The cautions that we wanted to leave you with are, scattered all over the internet. You're going to find them everywhere, but I think it was important to, make sure we're clear on these, because we also agree with these. First of all, it's an excellent and confident liar. So be careful and watch out for the lies that it creates. You've got to make sure you double check your content. It can be biased because of the training data and what it's looked at and how it works. Often there are reasoning errors, and so maybe the step-by-step could help you with that, but you're still going to find some types of problem are going to have a struggle, and those will be sort of certain reasoning errors. So step-by-step seems to work with some of that stuff. There are knowledge cutoff dates, which we're all aware of, but you can try and connect it to Bing and help it get some internet knowledge where you need to. The training data is obviously limited. It wasn't trained on an infinite amount of data. So what it knows, but there are things that it won't know. And again, things like the internet could help it with that. Sometimes it can fabricate stuff. So this is slightly different to lying, but it will just fabricate, it will make up a response to a law or a regulation or a standard or something like that. And you just have to double check that. And then finally, the confidentiality, the point we mentioned earlier. We'd be very cautious about what you put into this tool right now. Probably advise you to switch the training feature off, so you're not giving your information, your data back to OpenAI to train with. But even after all of that, we think it's a wonderfully powerful and vastly amazing tool. Just like the hand or the Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet from the Infinity Wars and the Avengers movies, it is really a vastly powerful tool. And perhaps there's more to come, but ChatGPT is just one of those stones, like one of those rings, and we'll see more. But for now, while we've got it, we think it's a good tool. It's a game changer. So the quick wins we looked at today were: how do you generate requirements from feedback, which Anna talked about earlier? How can you generate requirements from a transcript, which is what I talked about? How do you connect ChatGPT to the internet? How can you use plugins to offload special tasks, like make it do diagrams? And then finally, using prompt engineering techniques for optimal outputs, which we hope you experiment with. The final bits of things we want to say is make sure you exercise human judgment and oversight. So, don't take whatever it says as the truth. Make sure you critically evaluate and review what it's telling you, because often it will lie and fabricate things. Also, just because you can do something with ChatGPT doesn't mean you should. So, going back to the example of writing code, BAs writing code, probably not the best, use of our time, but maybe in the future, as the paradigm changes and we start to move more towards maybe a low code world, then possibly. But right now, probably stick to the core BA areas. And then experiment. So just because we don't do something today doesn't mean we shouldn't try and do it, but I would do it in a controlled experimentation way rather than making it your day job to start writing code or step automation code or things like that. And then the final thing that we want to leave you with is a quote from a director at the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI. And that is, I don't think the generative AI is going to replace workers, but workers who work with generative AI will replace those who don't. And we're fully in agreement with that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, great speakers, for great speech. We have some notes and questions yet on our chat. If I could jump to them quickly. So one was a suggestion that it's good to, when working with requirements, to explicitly mark ideas and it enrich the content of GPT response. And we have also the note that someone wondered if the working with generating from the transcript from the stakeholders workshop, if there could be more domain specific and particular product specific, how it could be performing. And you can comment on this if you want. We have also another question about sensitive information. Not much time on answers, but maybe.
Yeah, so the data sensitivity obviously is a very important point. I would be very careful about what you put into ChatGPT. Make sure, in any case, that training data is switched off. In our cases, it's been sanitized information. It does take away from the meaning of the content, and so we sometimes do lose the essence of the requirement, but it's still good for an indicative view. There are various things in play at the moment around how can we use ChatGPT in real world, actual business and client ways. Sometimes we get permission for that sort of thing, and where we get permission, it's actually useful. Where we don't get permission, you've got to be very careful about how you're using it, if at all you're using that tool. So I think I caught that question. Anna, I don't know if you want to respond to any of the other ones.
No, thank you. That's good.
I think there was one other question, which was about BAs being replaced someday. I don't think we will, but I think the paradigm will just change. So perhaps, we will have a slightly different role. We may be, doing things with a level of abstraction where we're writing features and requirements that can be translated into code in natural language. It's a very exciting future for BAs nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you, Minesh. Thank you, Anna, for interesting speech and sharing your knowledge and experience on trends and usage and use cases in BA work. Thank you, the audience, for watching and asking questions. You're very welcome. Thank you very much.
Hello, guys. Nice to see you all here. My name is Natalia. I will be a moderator of today's next lecture, and I'd like to welcome you all wholeheartedly to this exciting lecture that is dedicated to the topic AI Impact and Empowering Tools for Business Analysts, delivered by Leah Yeghoyants. Thank you so much for deciding to talk about this interesting topic today. And I'd like to ask you, how are you? What's on your mind? Are you as excited as I am to talk about this?
Obviously, thank you, Natalia, and thank you everyone who is with us today. I'm super excited and super honored to be your speaker today and present the topic I really like and I really follow. So I hope it will be interesting for everyone who stays with us. How are you?
Oh, I'm also excited to hear about it, and I just like to say just a couple of organizational things. That just a kind reminder that this session is going to be recorded, and the recording is going to be available in about 1 week. And all the audience is highly encouraged to post questions anytime in the chat, and we will have the last 15 minutes dedicated to the answers to Q&A session. I will be responsible for choosing the most interesting questions, and Elia will help us with getting the answers. So, Leah, how do you think? Can we start already?
Yes, I think we can. Thank you, Natalia. As I said, I'm really excited to be presenting with you my experience with AI products and the transformative potential of AI as I see it. Just a little bit about myself. Probably some of you who are connected already know me, but for those who do not, I currently work as a senior business analyst at EPAM Systems, where I work on various enterprises to accelerate growth and innovation for their digital products. For over 4 years, I have been working on products powered by AI, whether it was consulting an existing startup or building a product from scratch. I had an opportunity to explore and use AI for proof of concept, for MVP, for alpha or beta releases too. So during this time, I managed to unveil the power of AI and dive deeper into its use cases, which I will share with you today, and hopefully it will be useful for you. Fun fact about me, I like trying new technology so much that my boyfriend surprises me with subscriptions to newly released innovative tools so I can check them out. So I consider myself as a technology pioneer, and since we're talking about AI, and AI is a trending technology currently, I'm an AI technology pioneer because I like buying subscriptions to the products which do not even perform at their best, just to try them out. It's obviously not about AI, but because we're concentrated on AI today, I want to share my belief in regards to AI. And I think I heard this quote from the director of digital lab at Stanford University, but it was so close to my heart. I do believe that there is an ongoing debate whether AI is going to take our jobs or substitute our roles or make us lazy and sad. I truly believe that AI is going to enhance our life and make it more efficient, and it will not be taking our jobs. Our jobs will be taken by the person who uses AI. That is why today I will present a little bit about AI, a little bit about the world and the realm of AI, what goes under it, the different terminology that we hear, the history of AI, when it all started. I will also talk a little bit about the impact on business and economy, the investments world. I will share empowering tools for business analysis, but this is not just limited to BA's work. Obviously, the non-BA audience who are here with us, I'm sure you will also be interested in the tools I will share. And I will share some use cases that I crafted for you that demonstrate how a work that would usually take weeks or hours could be performed in 15 to 20 minutes today. But before we dive deeper into all of this, I would like to kindly ask the audience to drop in the chat the names of AI-powered products which you currently use or you have tried that are helpful in your personal or professional life. I'm eager to read the chat after my presentation too, but I think the other audience is also going to be interested in the tools you will share. And I really hope you do use some tools beyond ChatGPT, because according to a lot of researches, and this is just one research that I'm presenting today, in just 2 years, 95% of customer interactions will be powered by AI. So imagine a world where we will have the efficiency everywhere. We will have the speed of AI everywhere. So if we keep up with the trend, we are going to be in it. But if we're not interested in it, we are going to be left behind. But what is this artificial intelligence? I know we hear some different words, and AI is a trending tech buzzword. We hear it everywhere today. It has brought curiosity and fear, so it's understandable why people talk, and different professionals, starting from legal, ending with tech, talk about AI. So let's start with this definition. According to McKinsey, artificial intelligence is a machine's ability to perform cognitive functions that we usually associate with humans. So whenever a machine is able to perform a function that we usually associate with our brain, we can say that it has artificial intelligence. There are also various terms that we hear together with AI, like AI/ML, deep learning, NLP, computer vision. So I created this visualization to help you place it visually in your mind where each stands in the realm of AI. So you can see that the AI world is big, and this is definitely not all of it, but the main terminology that we hear is on your screens. So you can see that we have data science, that obviously some part of AI uses data science a lot, but it's not entirely AI. We see robotics as well. We know we do have some robots that are artificially intelligent, but not all robots are artificially intelligent. So this is also a near field, but not entirely AI. We also have machine learning placed here in the middle. And machine learning is a branch of AI that focuses on developing algorithms and models that allow computers to automatically learn from data without explicit programming. So these ML systems, these ML models can adapt and improve their performance with minimal human intervention. We have a deeper layer to this learning process, and it's called deep learning. And deep learning is a subset of machine learning that employs artificial neural networks. Don't be scared of the word, but this is, imagine how our brain works. So deep learning simulates the learning process of the human brain. So it's deeper, it recognizes the intricate patterns in various types of data, such as images, text, sounds. And last two terminology, NLP and computer vision. So NLP is a field of AI that deals with the interaction between computers and human language. So it involves techniques to understand, interpret, generate human language, work with text, work with language. An example of this is obviously a well-known Chat-GPT or maybe Siri. And computer vision, this refers to the field of AI that enables computers to understand and interpret visual information, so images or text. This involves tasks such as object recognition within the image, image classification, scene understanding. This is the world of AI as we can see today. And there are just a few more terms that I want you to pay your attention to. So a newly emerged buzzword is generative AI that we hear everywhere. But what is this generative AI, and how is it different from predictive or traditional AI? So predictive and traditional AI focuses on using historical data to make predictions or decisions. And these decisions are made based on patterns and correlations within this data. It involves techniques such as machine learning, where models are trained on labeled data to make accurate predictions. This traditional AI or predictive AI is usually used in fields such as finance, for example, business, operations. As for generative AI, obviously it can be used in various fields again, but it is concerned with creating new and original content. So it resembles the patterns and characteristics of the training data, and this is very important to remember that it still operates on top of data. but it generates new content. It generates new images, new text, new videos and sounds. Apparently you already guessed, generative AI is often used in creative industries such as art, music, fashion, but also it can be used in businesses and to automate various business processes too. Last but not least, and my favorite topic probably, AI and AGI. So artificial narrow intelligence and artificial general intelligence. If you follow AI blogs or AI news, you probably come across these terms too. AI or ANI is a term which shows, which represents the AI that performs specific tasks efficiently. While AGI possesses human-level understanding and learning capabilities. So if some of you in the audience watched the movie WALL-E, you can see the image here. You remember that in the movie, WALL-E was just trained to collect garbage. So this is a great example of artificial narrow intelligence because it was trained to perform a specific task. And artificial general intelligence, which is non-existent yet, but this is where the world goes, artificial general intelligence will be able to perform complex tasks, will be able to possess human level of understanding. This is still science fiction. There are no any systems that achieved artificial general intelligence. With this, I want to share with you my prediction. This means that we could have robot servants by 2030. So we could have robots that would that you could ask to make you coffee and do a laundry for you in your personal life, and you could have robots that could automate your tasks or daily agendas. So with this, we are entering the sixth wave of innovation, and this is the Industrial Revolution. So according to the theory developed by economist Joseph Schumpeter in 1942, business cycles operate under long waves of innovation. This means that as markets are disrupted, key clusters outsize effects on the economy. So, for example, the railway industry, you can see in 1845, the revolution of railway industry had an impact and it completely reshaped urban demographics and trade. Similarly, for the fifth wave that started in 1990s, digital networks, the rise of internet, it disrupted entire industries from media to retail. Today, we can't even imagine our life without digital networks, right? So today we are in the sixth wave of innovation, and it's marked by artificial intelligence and digitization across various industries, information of things, robotics, drones. It will likely paint an entirely new picture. The time to complete tasks could shift from hours to even seconds. It could even shift from weeks to seconds. Also, an interesting fact about the diagram you see, you can easily notice that each wave of innovation takes a shorter time to transit. So this is also important to note. So we can see that while the earlier innovation revolutions took too long to have an impact on various industries, currently with the rise of internet, we're so connected to each other that these innovations happen really fast and affect industries really fast. But if you think that AI was invented nearly in 2020s or in 1990s, let me surprise you. It was long before that. Drop in the chat if you have ideas or if you read something interesting on whether when was AI invented. But according to the AI history, the first AI breakthrough was during World War II with the Turing test. And this English mathematical genius, Alan Turing, it all started with him as he proposed a test. So he said, if a machine could trick a human into thinking that it is a human, then it has intelligence. And guess what? He proved it. He proved it with so much less of technology and research. He did prove that he proved and cracked the German Enigma code, and he was able to save millions of lives back then. But this was very important because even till today, this Turing test is being used to prove the quality of some systems. 5 years later from this, the AI term was born, and it all started like that. Machines started to express intelligence. There are various examples. Everything wouldn't be able to be placed on this slide, but some of my favorite examples are here. For example, Deep Blue, which was a computer. It was developed by IBM. And this Deep Blue computer was able to win the world chess champion Garry Kasparov. Then the era of virtual assistants started, first with Eliza, but later the famous examples like Siri, Alexa, and today we have Chat-GPT, but the ancestors of Chat-GPT was just a GPT model, a generative pre-trained transformer that was developed again by OpenAI in 2018, and it was developed and made and had a better version with each year. So today we have what we have. I want you also to pay attention to the AI winter here. If you go deeper into history, there are like 2 AI winters, but let's concentrate on it on a high level. So AI winter that started in approximately 1970s. It was precipitated by failures of expert systems. So there was a lot of investment put into these systems that were called expert systems, but they were proved to be expensive and unreliable. So imagine these many years had passed and AI is just being risen. Why? Because for 2 reasons, as I see it. First of all, there were not many machines who could store the necessary data for training the model. It was really hard at that time. The machines were really slow. So that is the first reason. The second reason was that there was no data. And we believe that we are currently in the AI summer. Why? Because today more data is created per hour than in an entire year 20 years ago. Just imagine that in an hour of me conducting this presentation, more data is being created in the world than when my parents were my age, for example. So this is huge, and there are a lot of industries that still have a lot of data which is not being leveraged too. So there is a lot of opportunity in this sense. While talking about opportunities, let me also touch upon the topic of investments. What happens in the current investment world? So we saw that back then in the AI winter, investors stopped investing. There's not a lot of research yet because we're just starting, but you can see that companies in just a couple of years went from seeing no impact from their AI investments to seeing measurable results in 2022. And I'm pretty sure in 2023, this figure is really different and fascinating too. So firms have gone from seeing no return on AI to seeing sizable returns in just 3 years, as you can see. And this is going to be accelerated in growth for sure, because a lot of companies report planning investing more into AI. Now I want to perform a little test with you. Allow me to demonstrate how AI can significantly enhance productivity, leading to increased wages for employees and improved company performance. So I really wanted to conduct this test with you. I know there is a lot of debate on whether AI is good or bad. I want to prove how we can use it for the good of our productivity, of the country, and of the economy, and also for the business where we contribute. So to measure productivity of a country, we need to look at its GDP. And for those coming from non-business, non-economics background, I'll just briefly explain GDP is a gross domestic product. So this is a measure that represents the total market value of all final goods and services that are produced within a specific period of time. So imagine we look at this country and it generates a GDP of $1 trillion in a year. And its people worked for 20 billion hours to generate this value. So the labor productivity, the general labor productivity of this country would be a simple calculation, and it would be approximately $50 an hour. This measure is crucial in economics because it defines the wages, it defines the business processes, it defines everything. So now let's look at the picture with AI. Imagine these same people living in this country, they started using AI products. And with AI, obviously, they will be able to generate the same value in a shorter period of time. So just on a high level, I try to minimize the amount spent on generating the same value by really little, but you know that AI is able to perform tasks even faster. But just to be really pessimistic about this. So let's say its people work 15 billion hours with AI to generate the same value. You can see that labor productivity has risen by approximately 10-12% here. Which shows that businesses will have more opportunity, more ability to pay to the employees. And also, this figure shows that we will increase the consumer's purchasing power because labor productivity is highly connected to the consumer's purchasing power too. Obviously, if you look really close to this, you will also notice that this also talks about cutting some job functions, and you are right. Any innovation wave have cut job functions and added new ones. And that is why it is so important to stay up to date with AI. That is why so many people, different professionals talk about AI, because they understand that the usage of AI products is crucial to stay competitive in the market. Whether you're an employee or whether you're a business, it is really important to stay up to date, or else there is going to be someone else who will be more effective, more efficient. But how we can start using this AI, how to know about it. So I will share with you some of my tips. And the first one, I really want to share with you some of my favorite tools. And I didn't put ChatGPT here on purpose because I want to show that ChatGPT is not the only AI tool that can generate quality at this time. There are a lot of tools that are still on the path of being really greatest work friend for us, but there are also other tools besides ChatGPT that can help us. So whether you're a BA or not, I'm sure you do some research. Some of my favorite tools are shown here. So the first one is Elicit, and this is an AI research assistant, but it has a focus on academic papers. It's also, let me give you a hint, it's also as good as the prompt you put in. So it's better to define exactly what you need the research for, and it will provide you the research in the format that you can use. Omni, I will also show how this tool operates a little bit later in one of the use cases. But Omni conducts a research for you in 5 to 10 minutes. And you may think like, I can use ChatGPT, why do I need to use this tool, right? So the way ChatGPT or GPT model in general works, it predicts the next best word for your prompt. So you can see it provides you a creative writing. It doesn't conduct research from the web. It doesn't conduct research. It doesn't analyze unless you give it data and ask it to summarize. So what Omni does, Omni takes your prompt, it divides it into logical tasks, and it performs this logical task. So for example, it says, find all of the websites that are concerned with this ask. then analyze the websites and find the competitors that were asked. And logically it constructs the research for you. It also provides you the resources that it has used, so you can go deeper, check, maybe edit, or add more information. Perplexity, another tool. I would say this is a best quick search tool. I really like it. You can use it. It's free and it's open. You can just search right now and try it. There are really interesting questions, so you can see everyone's questions there as well and get inspired. So these were about research. So if you work with data, and whether you're a data analyst or BA or product person, I'm sure you work with data, and we will have to work with data even more in the future. So the first tool that I want to share is Agilex, and this tool is for analyzing data in Excel and spreadsheets. It provides really interesting tool set. It's a little more advanced than FormulaBot. So here I also inputted FormulaBot for those of you who work with Excel sheets a lot and need to remember so many formulas. Obviously, no one can remember these formulas by heart, but FormulaBot generates these formulas for you by just, if you ask it in a text prompt, it will generate the formula for you. Polymer search. Polymer search is another interesting tool. I will also demonstrate it a little bit later in my use cases. Polymer search, you can upload your Excel, CSV, or any data file, and it will become like a Google for your data. So you can ask it questions, and as an answer, it will provide you infographics, some graphs, bar charts that you can use later to visualize your data or create dashboards. It's still in beta version, so it's still really early to validate if this is the best similar tool, but I really like using it for really large scale Excel files. There's also Super AI. It's still not available, but I really highly advise you to check, because I have really high hopes with Super AI tool for data visualization and data analysis. I really hope it's going to be great when it's released, and I think in a couple of months we can look into it once again. If you work with text, I would say Copy AI and BARD, obviously ChatGPT as well, but the difference between a ChatGPT and BARD is the Google's similar tool, chat tool, but BARD was trained on InfiniSet, and it's a data set that includes Common Crawl, Wikipedia, documents, anything from the web, but it includes everything in real time, so it's able to search the web in real time, while ChatGPT was created and it's sourced and in 2021. So anything after 2021, ChatGPT doesn't still know. As for Copy AI, this is a ChatGPT-like tool, but it's really interesting because it is trained to generate catchy texts. So if you want some marketing copy, some social media copy, you can obviously use Copy AI as well. As for images, so these are my absolute favorites, but some of these, like Visily and Microsoft Copilot, are still not available for public. I just inputted this here to give you a heads up. Please follow. These are really great tools. So Visily is able to generate wireframes in seconds by just asking it to. So you can write, generate me an iOS app wireframe for a real estate website, and it will do it in seconds. So it's easier to edit it and then present to your tech team, maybe check the feasibility of the new feature in seconds. Adobe Firefly, I will show what it does in a little bit, but it's a really great tool, and it's a really great example of how a company invested into AI technology and the company performance just jumped. If you ask me about Midjourney, I will say it's probably, if you ask me like one AI tool that you should pay for, I would say it's definitely Midjourney on Discord, because it generates great images, real life images based on your prompt. I will also demonstrate how it works in a little bit. You could also generate presentations by your text prompts. So Beautiful AI generates great slides by just asking it to. There's Synthesia that allows you to choose a person avatar, define the tone of voice, define the text, and it will talk for you. So to generate some videos, some explainer videos. Crisp is a nice tool if you work a lot online and if you conduct presentations online, because it's a noise cancellation tool. You're able to work from coffee shop, from anywhere, and the background noise won't disturb your audience. Video is again is a similar tool to Synthesia. And for management, Notion and Collato is still in beta version, but I like the idea because they create a Google for product teams. So you can input all of your documentation, all of your product-related information into Collato, and your team will just have to ask questions and get the answers right from there. And Notion, you can use Notion AI to just combine everything that you do in the other tools, ask it to organize it in the way you want. Probably some of you are excited to already see what these tools do. So I generated some use cases for us, 2 use cases. And the first use case is imagine you are a product manager or just a person who wants to start a startup, and you want to create a new product proposal to present to investors or teams. So as a first step, I started from the very beginning, like generating the idea. I prefer using Google Spark to generate the idea, first of all, because, as I said, it's able to search and get you the answers in real time from the web, unlike ChatGPT that is trained up until 2021 data. And in this example, I just had a hypothetical example a couple of days ago to generate a feature idea for a real estate website. So I generated various ideas, and while I talked to it, it was able to generate a neighborhood insights tool feature for my real estate website. And it generates it in a way that it also is able to provide the technology that you can use, the objectives, the key metrics, etc. Obviously, I like the idea because I like the idea that you can search for an apartment and also understand what's the neighborhood of this apartment, what's the crime rate there. But I wanted to validate this idea before putting it into development or presenting to anyone. So to validate the idea, I used Iomni, and Iomni, as I mentioned, is a research assistant tool that searches the necessary materials and provides you a summary of research. It's really nice because in this research, I asked it to conduct a competitive research for neighborhood insights for a real estate website, and you can see that it was able to analyze the competitors, get me the key features of the competitors, get me even user reviews who used a similar feature. So as I see, there is not much competition, but from user reviews, I saw that people actually ask about the neighborhood of the property. So I decided to give this a try. But I wanted to check the feasibility, the technical feasibility with my team. And because I worked with tech guys a lot, I know that they like to see things so they better understand. So I have to create wireframes. And here, because Visily is still not available to the public, I will not share it, but there is a WireGen, which is a plugin in Figma. It's currently available. Again, you can try it. It's not very great, but it's great what it does in a couple of seconds. So I asked it to generate a wireframe for my new feature, and it divided it into, you can see the tasks, like what pages it will need. And in just a couple of seconds, it creates me a wireframe for both phone and tablet, which I can later add to Figma and edit the way I want. So I really like this, and because I like this, because the feasibility with the tech team was great, I decided to create an explainer video to present it to the stakeholders or potential investors for the feature. whatever the situation is. And I used Copy AI because, as I mentioned, this tool is able to generate catchy phrases, and that's exactly what I needed for a short explainer video of my new feature. So in a couple of seconds, I get my video script, and I head to Synthesia. I choose the avatar, and I generate the following video. Before going to Synthesia, I decide to generate high fidelity screens because I understand that just with wireframes, my audience, investors, or users are not going to understand me. But I don't need the very final screens. So I asked Midjourney on Discord to generate me some wireframes, and you can see the result right here. It generates 4 options at a time, and I chose these 2. You can play with it. You can it's as great as the prompt you give to it. And if you want to generate the final screens, you can take this one step further. You can take the high resolution screens generated by Midjourney. You can input them into the Adobe Firefly, Photoshop or Illustrator, and using the Adobe Firefly feature, you can edit the text, you can edit the elements the way you want, but you will have the initial screen to build on. So I generated the screens, and now I inputted all of my materials into Synthesia with the text and asked it to generate the explanation. So you can see this was created in 10 minutes, and 8 minutes were spent on waiting the video to render. So if you spend a little more time and you edit the face expressions, you can even edit the brow lifts, you can get a video that could really be a quality video to even use on production, to explain features, etc. These are the tools that we use to cover a new feature creation for this use case. And there is another short use case that I will be presenting you shortly. For anyone who wants to take a screenshot, I'll just give a couple of seconds. The next use case, let's imagine your manager or someone from the marketing team asked you to create an analysis of the feature usage and present it to them. So to create an analysis, obviously we need to get this data, and let's say we got the data in an Excel or CSV form. And to analyze the data in a couple of seconds, I just used Polymer Search. I dropped the file into the Polymer Search product, and it generated the questions that I can potentially ask based on my data. You can see here that it generates real-time bar charts, graphs, and it also has dashboards that you can use. After analyzing this data, I need to create a presentation, and let's say I'm not really good with visuals, and I don't have much time, and my designer is really on vacation. So I used Beautiful AI to create a presentation and just asked it to create a presentation for a feature usage for the past 30 days. And in a couple of seconds, you can see it will generate slides for me. And I really want you to show the quality of the slides. You can see here, I hope it's not too small on your screen, but you can see the quality of slides. It even generates images and texts that you can edit later in the editor. But you can see there is a timeline infograph, there is a bar chart, really similar to the one that we had in our data analysis. So I want to add some more visual images, but browsing the web, I don't find anything creative or catchy. So I again use Midjourney to generate a different kind of content. You can see that Midjourney is able to generate various styles of images. I input them into my presentation and I conduct a presentation with the stakeholders online using Crisp from a coffee shop, from a relaxing place. And I'm not worried about the car noises or children running around, because my audience is not going to be disturbed. This is another short use cases. Obviously, all of these tools that I demonstrated can be used for your specific situation, but just understand what's the technicality, what's the ability of these tools. If there is a case that you didn't find the tool that would cover, I believe there should be an AI for that. So just sharing with you this source that I really enjoyed using last week, because it's able to retrieve any AI product for your use case. You just ask it what you need and it will bring all of the AI powered products that can help you with your task. A little bit surprising news, because I want you to go out of this presentation and be able to talk to people about the recent news. So firstly, a couple of months ago, NVIDIA, a large research company, introduced a wave of cutting-edge AI research that enables developers and artists to bring their ideas to life. And this is just one example here. So you can see the motion of hair. This is done by AI, and the technology behind it and the case. So humans, we as humans, we have on average 100,000 hair on our heads, and with each of these hairs reacts dynamically to an individual motion and the surrounding environment. So traditionally, creators have used physics formulas to calculate hair movement for real life experiences, for example, if they work in movies or cartoons or maybe game development. But now NVIDIA allows to just automate everything, as you can see on the image. This is just one of the cutting edge technologies that NVIDIA introduced, and the company profile obviously was increased a lot. Another interesting tool is the one that I talked about, Adobe Firefly. Me personally being a tech geek, but really, really bad at using Photoshop or Illustrator technology. For me, this was a breakthrough, because currently I'm able to use Photoshop to change the background by just asking in text. You can see that I can ask it to change the colors, to add some more background to my image, to do anything. And it's really quality too. And again, Adobe also had a rise with the introduction of this AI technology. Last but not least, this is the very recent news by Unity. So Unity introduced two features, one of which was called Muse. So this is great for game developers or anyone who works in game industry. So now you can actually generate game characters or even textures in a very realistic form by just text prompts. You can see what it does, and this is the future. So game development is not going to take months anymore, hopefully. And last but not least, Microsoft Copilot. Probably our tech background, people already know this. Microsoft, this Copilot was also on GitHub, but Microsoft also introduces Copilot for its Microsoft products, and you will be able to perform so many tasks with Microsoft Copilot. You can see that by just asking it to generate a presentation, it generates a great presentation for you. By just asking it to create for you a research document, it creates a research document in Word. So the innovation is huge. It's still not released, but this is a heads up. Keep your finger on the pulse, because I do. And I think this is going to automate a lot of processes for us in our daily work. So with this, I want to recommend a couple of books and movies if you're excited as I am. So Life 3.0, at this point, this is my very favorite book because it talks about being a human in the age of AI. It examines how to reap the benefits of automation without replacing people. It's really interesting because it talks about evolution. If you're interested about AI world and the technology, but you're a non-tech person, this is the book that I recommend by Tom Tolley. You can find it on Amazon as I did, but maybe it also has online version. If you feel like entertaining yourself, the two most favorite movies by me is The Imitation Game, and this describes the Alan Turing and his test that we talked about earlier. And Wall-E, a great movie to watch with kids. So this is probably the greatest science fiction movie, and it's also the epitome of artificial narrow intelligence. So again, an interesting movie to watch. I want to thank everyone who stayed with me till now. Also, heads up, all of the images in this presentation were generated in a couple of seconds using Midjourney. And for this slide, I asked Midjourney to generate a flying rabbit who is thankful for staying with us. And this is what I got. If you're interested, if you have questions, please go on. And we can also stay in touch via LinkedIn if you feel like. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you so much, Leah. It was really, I already have plans for the weekend, just to start some some additional pet project. Yeah, now I have all the steps that I need. Thank you so much. And as we have around 10 minutes to answer the questions from the audience. And the first that was asked on We Are Community platform was, can you please tell me more about the confidentiality of using customer-related information in accordance with using these tools? Could you please answer?
So thank you very much for this question. It is really important to keep this in mind. Obviously, my presentation did not cover the security part because it entirely depends on the situation and on the usage, why you use it. So there is some very security sensitive information that obviously we should not put into the technology that is not verified by our company. But there is also information that we can. Additionally, these tools allow you to set up your personal servers to work on. And if that's the case, obviously your company will also be informing you, and you will be more free to use such tools in your daily work. For example, to upload the feature usage Excel file into a tool, that is definitely a security concern. But if it's approved by the company, or if the data is approved, you can definitely do it. But it depends on the situation. So you need to keep in mind the security guidelines by the company. And in regards to this, I want to mention that be careful, because the world is still in shock by this innovation, and especially the legal sphere. So there is the EU AI law, AI Act that's still in progress. America introduces some acts. So it is important to keep the finger on pulse of this, but because it's still not defined, it's really hard to define what these technologies can do. So check before uploading any data into any tool, even ChatGPT, because obviously there are security concerns. You need to check with your company, with your case, and the situations are also different.
Think twice always. Yeah. That's a great recommendation for every life case, I think. Thank you so much. And I think we received one question, but I think all of us are wondering, how do you get access to not yet released features? Because it looks like you already know everything that is to come, in some time period. Please share with us your secrets.
This is interesting. I really feel great that you feel so about me, but there's a lot of technology that I'm still checking my email to receive the access. So it's different, and it's based on cases. What I do, I follow some of my favorite blogs and that post about new AI technology, and I follow these features. I follow them on Bloomberg or on Google, Amazon AI blogs. They have the AI specific blogs that are really interesting. OpenAI also has a blog. Actually, as an interesting fact about this, Some of you might remember that before ChatGPT, we had GPT-3, and it was back in 2020 or 21. And back then I worked on different AI products. I was creating different MVPs and proof of concepts. And I really needed access to GPT-3 to create a proof of concept for the product I worked back then. But the access was closed because OpenAI had an application form that you had to submit, and you had to wait for weeks before they decide if they are going to provide the access to you or not. Because again, there are a lot of privacy and security concerns. There could be people who would generate really scary texts. I filled in that application. It was not that long, but it took me around 10-15 minutes to fill in the application. And the next day, I was lucky enough that the next day I received the access to GPT-3. The interface was really far from what you see on ChatGPT, but an example of how I got access, we obviously created a proof of concept. We didn't put it into production because that was not the intention, but this is one example of how a very closed beta release can happen. Another way, for example, for Visily that I introduced, the wireframing tool, I'm still waiting for the access, but this Visily tool introduced a waiting list. So you can input your email and you're just waiting for your turn to have access and provide feedback. Again, some of these tools, because AI is so new, some of these tools don't operate at the highest quality. But as PAs and product managers, we know that in the beginning we don't need the highest quality. We just need the proof of concept. So there are various ways. This is how I do it. You just follow the technology and you wait for its release, either for a public release or you sign up by application.
That's great. Thank you so much. I think that all of us have to subscribe to to these things here to keep up to date and to be as progressive in this topic here in this sphere as you are. That's great. Just a couple of additional questions here that I'd like to highlight. In addition to all the warm words that people are sending in on YouTube chat, thank you so much. Yeah, basically just in a couple of words, you were amazing, Leah, and the presentation was really informative and great. Yeah, we've got a lot of such comments. Thank you. So just a couple of questions. Briefly, could you please touch upon the topic of these threats, about ChatGPT and other AIs, yes, taking our jobs potentially? We have touched upon this in your presentation, but what I want to ask you about is how can we utilize AI to shape the future of our work, in our life? It will be helpful to understand better.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. It's a really interesting one. I like this topic a lot because currently when people think about new technology, they're either scared or they're excited. And I'm kind of in the middle. Usually I'm always really excited, but it's also scary, but I'm not being scared. I'm trying to be predictive. So what this means, I firmly believe that AI is going to enhance our lives the way internet did, the way the other technologies did. Like the creation of paper was also a similar innovation to me, because by creating paper, we were able to create books. And by creating books, we were able to take books from the aristocracy to the general public. So back then, books were not available for everyone, but by just creating the printing press, we could make it available to everyone. So this is a similar technology for me in that sense, because obviously some job functions are going to be cut. But we are not going to be jobless because the world needs us. We're not going to stay without work, and there's always a lot to do. I also read an interesting research that the focus is going to be more on environment in the future, because AI is going to automate so much of our daily tasks that we will finally have time to think about the environmental issues of the world, global warming, and various other issues. So I think it's the matter of how we will use this technology. I hope that answers your question. So we need to look into how we use it and what we use the time allocated by AI towards.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just one last, I believe, question from the audience for POC. Which tool you consider to be the best? Which would you use, if you had to create some proof of concept, something like that?
So for probably by proof of concept, we think about wireframes, I think. I'm not really sure what the person would refer to, but let me either specify in the chat, but let me a little bit elaborate. I think it depends what kind of POC you want to create. So I would definitely, my first go-to tool is Midjourney, and I'm able to even generate high fidelity UI screens that are exactly to be used on the production. So you can definitely generate these screens and automate them in Figma or Illustrator and present it. That is my go-to tool. But obviously everything changes so fast. We might have some really nice tools that we can describe the product and they would generate the idea for us. Again, it depends on what product POC we want to generate. If it's a feature, obviously maybe Midjourney won't work and you will have to use Adobe Firefly, for example.
Yes, that's great. That's great. Okay, then I think it's time to say thank you once again, Leah. It was really great to hear about such practical steps to use AI in our life. Let me remind that organizers of the conference are really waiting for your feedbacks and for suggestions of some topics for the future conferences. We are really excited to have you here with us. It's time for us to say goodbye. Very soon the next lecture is going to begin. So thank you for being here with us. Thank you, Leah, for presenting this great presentation. And
thank you so much.
See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Hello, colleagues, and thank you all for joining the Excellence Conference, and thank you all who have been staying with us from the previous talks. We're really happy that you are here with us. And let me introduce the next speaker with a quite exciting topic. So let me introduce Dmitrii Nikitko and his topic about LLM from zero to hero. So just a couple of words about Dmitrii. Dmitrii is a chief data scientist with more than 7 years of experience. And apart from that, he's contributing to the open source. And Dmitrii is a digital nomad and travels around the globe. And also Dmitrii is a professional alpine skier and had conquered Elbrus. I guess it is a truly impressive achievement. So hello, Dmitrii. How are you? Maybe since you're a traveler, you can share some insights of where you're now and like what is it like there?
Yeah, sure. Do you hear me well, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Perfect.
great. So yeah, hi Valeria, hi guys from the live session. So now I'm in Georgian mountains, living above the sea for 2,000 kilometers above. Yeah, so I can see some snow around near here. So yeah, and yeah, it's pretty good, pretty good. So not that hot as in main kind of city.
I see. So I can guess that you may be in the misty region, but I'm not sure, because I have also traveled to Georgia and yeah, a really gorgeous views there.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, then just a small reminder for our audience that the conference talk will be recorded and the recording will be available in a week. And during the talk, feel free to leave up your questions in the YouTube chat and Dmitrii will answer them at the end of the presentation. So now I guess, Dmitrii, I'll hand it over to you and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Let me share my screen. And here we go. Everything is fine, right? Okay, so let's get started. So what I would like to discuss with you guys. So there are a lot of hype, I would say, around this ChatGPT and some other language models. So, but I would like to kind of unveil that and to show the evolution of large language models and show how they kind of develop, why we have so powerful model right now, why we were not able to use them before, or be able, but in some cases, in which cases, and etc. etc. So let me start. Let me introduce myself one more time. Yeah, so as Valeria mentioned, I've been working for EPAM for 7 years as data scientist or a machine learning engineer. So I'm an expert in NLP area and computer vision domain. Yeah, so I've got a lot of different projects done. Some of them are failed, some of them are not, some of them are in production. So yeah, just a quick introduction. And I would like to start from some historical, I would say, overview of language models. So probably many of you already kind of listened some educational materials or of history of language models. So I'm going to provide my view on that. So, and most of us kind of guys who are trying to explain how it was evolving, providing an example of deny or swipe algorithm of word suggestion. Yeah, you remember that time when you just typing something on your phone and yeah, phone suggests some next word. Yeah, so basically it is kind of language model inside which tries to predict based on your context, based on what you're typing in, what you would use next as next word just to accelerate your kind of typing. Yeah, so before so long time ago, it was not kind of neural networks. It was some classical algorithms based on graphs, based on some raw probabilities, etc., etc. But then some smart researchers decided to use neural networks in order to kind of model the language itself. Yeah, so predict the next word. So in order to do that they used LSTM. And so yeah, it was more than 10 years ago. Yeah, so one next big leap was to change neural network architecture itself. Yeah, so instead of using LSTM, recurrent neural networks, guys started to use transformers. Yeah, so it was kind of revolution in a field of language translation that time. But yeah, so guys decided to use that not only for language translation, but also for language modeling itself. Right. So the next big step was kind of increasing the size of the model itself, yeah, in terms of number of parameters, plus increase the size of the data set which was used for training of such type of models. Yeah, so from GPT-1 to GPT-3, there is more than 1,000 parameter growth X. I mean, yeah. So, and the next step, starting from GPT-3 to new iteration or new era of LLM models, is a kind of alignment with human expectation, I would say. Yes. So, ChatGPT or GPT 3.5, it's approximately the same model in number of parameters, right? But what the main difference was that this model was kind of specifically tuned to follow human instructions to be in human expectations. Yeah. So, and maybe it's too technical slide. I prepared one more, so maybe you can remember that a bit more. Yeah. So some initially it was something very limited, but sometimes useful. Yeah. So then we started researching different types of models. Then we've got something what works fine, but in very limited context. Yeah, so you need to properly define your prompt very, very carefully, etc., etc. And yeah, so there are a lot of power here, but you need to kind of tune your prompt very, very carefully. Yeah, so and your model obviously can make some make use some root words, etc., etc. Yeah. So, and the next step was to kind of writing of the of this force. Yeah. So, of this power of LLMs. Yeah. So, after alignment or instruction tuning. So, it is just kind of historical overview of language models. So, what I would like to discuss with you next. Yeah. So, there are a lot of hype around ChatGPT, but how we can so ChatGPT is a chat-based generative pre-trained transformer. Yeah. So, and I structure my presentation in the way I'm trying to unreal some words which is used for kind of for naming this model. Yeah. First of all, we're going to discuss what is generative and what is after aggressive models. Secondly, we're going to discuss how it was pre-trained and why it's so powerful. So the third one, it is how it was converted into chat model and how it was aligned. And the second, just a quick introduction of transformer models and some additional tricks, hacks, etc., and some use cases where and how exactly we are using LLMs to kind of build some solutions. Yeah. And when I use LLM, so ChatGPT, it is one of the large language models. Yeah. So I'm using that indistinguishable. So let's move on. So as I mentioned, we would like to discuss about generative models and language modeling. Yeah. So let's first of all try to understand what is after aggressive generative models for text specifically. Yeah. So generally speaking, language modeling is a task of predicting the next word or sequence of words in a sentence based on some context of previous words. And here is an example. Yeah. So you can see this context. I went to cafe to buy a cup of something. Yeah. It is a context, and based on this context, we need to predict the next word, which is continuation of this kind of initial sentence. Yeah. So, and we can, if we just take a raw language model, we can get some probabilities based on some this context. Yeah. So it might predict with high confidence coffee, tea, matcha, or galaxy. Yeah. So galaxy probably is not. It sounds strange probably in this context, and that's why you've got it. It got low probability. Yeah, coffee is more or less fine. So and yeah, we can extend that. Yeah, so basically we can generate almost infinity possible continuation of this path. Yeah, so we have the same context, but we might have a different continuation of this phrase. Yeah, so I went to cafe to buy a cup of coffee and some muffin or galaxy them blend coffee, some strange name of coffee. Yeah, so and this idea why it's after aggressive. Yeah, so we kind of moving this window and based on previous context kind of generate the next token or next word. Yeah, so and by doing that we can generate continuation for any initial phrase, or even generate from scratch from I mean without any context. And I just want to highlight that the same approach can be used not only for text generation, but also for any ordered sequences. Yeah. So, for example, we can treat image as a sequence of pixels. Yeah. So we kind of moving from the left to right, and yeah, we have and from top to bottom. Yeah, and we have this kind of box scrolling the image. Yeah. So let's assume that the yellow is a prompt. Yeah, so or it is our context, and we would like to predict the next pixel. Yeah, so and here's an example. Here's the prompt. Yeah, so some images of some guy in a sea or some dog. Yeah, it is a prompt, and we ask model to continue this prompt. Yeah, so and model can generate some continuation of this kind of prompt. Yeah, just to highlight. Yeah, so after aggressive generative models generate some continuation based on previous sequence. Yeah, it might be text, it might be images. So yeah, there are a lot of different generative models, and let's try to understand what means generative and what the alternatives. Yeah, so I prepared some table here. Yeah, so in machine learning we have two types of kind of two large groups, I would say, of models. Yeah, first it is discriminative models, and second one it is generative models. So generally speaking, we can say that for the first type of models, discriminative, yeah, we need some classes already predefined. Yeah, so for example, you would like to distinguish or classify some image, whether it is a cat or a dog. Yeah, so or for text, we can say, okay, we need to predict whether it's spam or not. Yeah, so generally speaking, it is kind of low computationally expensive. It's computationally complexity is lower than for generative models. And generally speaking, if you have some representative data set and in your production you have more or less similar to your kind of to your training set, you can squeeze the maximum performance out of this type of models. Yeah, so talking about generative models, so for generative models, you don't need any labels. Yeah? You just need some data. Yeah, basically it doesn't matter which type of data you have. It might be images, it might be text, or even tabular data. Yeah, so you can use that generative models to generate some new examples from your distribution for new images or new text, or you can conditionally generate some make some models. Yeah, so you basically you can classify spam using GPT models, but yeah, probably it's not the best idea. So for spam classification, better to use specifically kind of trained models, and it will be faster, it will be more accuracy of the solution will be higher, etc., etc. And yeah, here an example of image generation, stable diffusion or Midjourney, and also we have some projects which are related to synthetic data generation. Let's assume you have some tabular data you would like to share with somebody, but you need something similar, but not exactly. So we can use synthetic data generation to generate some similar tables. So hopefully you've got the idea what is after aggressive generative models in case of images, in case of text, and what's the difference between different types of models. Yeah? Generative helps you to generate some new examples, and discriminative just to distinguish one from another. Yeah. Let's move on. So we understood what we need to do. Yeah, we need to train after aggressive generative models, but on which data we are doing that? So basically, we are training our GPT model on the large portion of the internet, from the text from the internet, I would say, generally speaking. Yeah. So as we discussed before, the main goal is to correctly predict the next word. Yeah. So and why this simple goal lead us to that great results? I mean, GPT can do a lot of things. GPT can do math, can play chess, can translate, etc., etc. Yeah. So at least it is kind of example which provided some creator of one of the creators of ChatGPT, and he provides some this example. Yeah. So let's imagine that you are reading some book, let's say detective book, right? And you at the moment where detective tries to say who is the killer, who is the true killer. So, and let's assume that you put all this information as a context into the model, yeah, and you ask model to continue this phrase, yeah, and finally unmask the true killer is, and the model needs to predict next word, right? So and to it sounds like a simple task. Yes, we just need to predict next word. Yeah, but in order to do that correctly, we need to take into account, in case of detective, right? Take into account all the evidences. Yeah, so remember who was participated in this book. Yeah, Smith, Butcher, etc., etc. Collect all the evidences, connect dots between each other, and correctly predict the next word. So basically, when we solving this type of problem, just predicting next word, we kind of need to do a lot of stuff. Yeah, so we need to understand how world works in general. So basically, during the training of the model, I mean GPT, for example, yeah, model learns underlying structure of the world. So we are kind of proxy. So text is this kind of proxy of our world. Yeah, we have a lot of description of our world, and there are few examples. Yeah, so for example, in the data which was used for training of the model, there are a lot of translation examples from one language to another. Yeah, so model was able to learn that and generalize. So it understands much better than just simple translation, the context, and can do that much better. Yeah, and one more example: chess games. Yeah, parties. Yeah, so GPT model had in this training set a lot of chess games. So basically, GPT can play chess games. Yeah, so model generalize, not just learned, but generalize some rules of the chess. And basically, I have heard that some guys tested the quality of the ChatGPT. So it's on average, I would say, of human performance. Yeah, so it makes sometimes illegal kind of moves, but anyway, yeah, it can play. It's not just a random moves. And also during the training, so a lot of samples of code, for example, so from Stack Overflow and can code at some extent, yeah, or it saw some math examples, yeah. So and basically, people frequently asking, so model mimicking kind of some behavior and just copy some information from let's say historical training data set, or it actually can learn, or it can actually can reason, etc., etc. Yeah? So from my point of view, it's kind of, I would say, both. Yeah, so for some tasks it can learn some rules. Yeah, and basically it GPT-4 can do pretty complex math. Yeah, but ChatGPT cannot. Yeah, so ChatGPT can make a mistake in some pretty simple math equations, I would say. Yeah, but GPT-4 was able to generalize some at least simple math, and can sum, for example, 16 long sum numbers, something like that, which were not kind of appeared in the training set. So generally speaking, our model during training with this quite simple objective function, just predicting the next word, was able to generalize some information and learn some rules or infer some rules. And it was done just by processing text. So let's move on. I also would like to discuss with you some interesting things around chat and alignment. So at that moment, let's say GPT, it is GPT-3 model. But GPT-3 model wasn't that popular, I would say. So GPT-3 model can do all the things which ChatGPT can do right now, but it wasn't that popular. The question is why, and one of the answer is due to alignment. So basically, OpenAI was able to create some product which is basically safe. So and so as I mentioned, so it was trained on the whole internet, including, for example, Reddit. And so training on the Reddit might lead us to undesired behavior. So let's assume that you kind of put your prompt into some model, how to increase stakeholders engagement, and I assume that you wouldn't expect some answer like bribing them with endless supply of free pizza, right? You assume that answer will be pretty correct and with some useful information, etc., etc. And so this phase of fine-tuning of the raw model helps to kind of make answer more useful, I would say, and correct and safe, I would say. So we have ChatGPT basically had two additional steps of fine-tuning or alignment. So taking raw model, we first of all fine-tune that model on some structures. So we created a set. I'm going to show you a bit later, where we have some questions and answers. So which were created by human. Most of them are fact-based. So and we fine-tune model on that instruction tuning set, and then after that we are using reinforcement learning from human feedback to kind of make it, first of all, more safer, and secondly to align the model with some answer which cannot be evaluated correctly. It is not a fact. Some different humans have a different opinion on different answer. So talking about instruction tuning. So as I mentioned before, the large set of instructions were collected. On the left side, you can see some prompt, instruction. On the right side, you can see a correct answer. Some of the answer are based on some facts, so which is widely known. Some of them based on some I would say reasoning tasks, where you also there is no kind of different opinion on what is correct, what is not. And and it was trained on large set of different type of instructions and evaluated on some unseen tasks which were kind of from. So just for evaluate, but it is not enough. Just want to highlight that, because for some questions people might have quite different opinion which answer is better. Here an example. So I created some so question: why we need reinforcement learning from human feedback if we already did some instruction tuning? Let's say answer A, because sometimes it's a bit difficult to give universally correct answer. We need average feedback from humans to learn human preferences. Or answer B. So it's open questions. There are some research around that, which is true, basically. Maybe we can make a good set of instruction which will remove whichever step in some future. Or it depends on your task. So if you're going to use your model only for information extraction, maybe it's you don't need to do that. So question to you guys who is listening this live session. So which answer is better? Yeah. So and I just wanted to highlight that there is no kind of all of the answer somehow correct, and we need to collect your preferences to understand which answer is better. Yeah. And during this LLHF step, we collecting your feedback from you. You just reviewing. You say, okay, answer B is better. Yeah, from your point of view. And we force the model or tune the model to follow this kind of our preferences. Yeah, so we say that some answer B is better than answer A and C. So I'm not going to dive that deep into reinforcement learning from human feedback because it's quite complex, I would say, topic, and we don't have much time to discuss that. You can take a look at the blog post from Hugging Face, which described reinforcement learning from human feedback. I kind of create the link. If you can download this presentation, you can understand it better. Yeah. So, okay, we understood why it's so important to align with human preferences. Yeah. So the last step is to describe what is transformer. So, and again, it's quite difficult to describe that during this kind of short session. Yeah, basically speaking, it is a neural network. It takes some text as input or tokens, I would say. It would be correct. So, and transform it is by focusing on the relationships between different parts of the input. Yeah, and the main the most kind of powerful thing of GPT that it can take at the some previous context and take that into account. So you generate this next token, but you can take a look at the whole sentence. Yeah. So and extract some relationships between different words in order to make your answer. And you might remember and recall some case which I provided around the detective, right? So in order to say who is a killer, you need to take into account all the evidences, etc., generalize that and give an answer. Yeah. So basically, model can focus on that evidences, process them somehow, and give an answer. And yeah, so basically, it produces probabilities over words or correctly speaking tokens. Yeah. So and it do it step by step. Yeah. So the green one is context, and word by word you just predicting new token and generate the final answer. Okay, so we've kind of covered all the parts of ChatGPT. So so talking about the chat itself. Yeah. So during reinforcement learning from human feedback, we kind of force the model to work in a chat mode. Yeah. So kind of model at this step was forced to be a chat. Yeah. But because before that it was mostly kind of work with some random sentences from the internet. But after this stage of alignment, it was trained to work in chat mode, I would say. Yeah. And behave like it is a chat. So we've kind of covered chat or alignment, generative or after aggressive model, yeah, pre-trained on the whole internet, and transformer, it is kind of some complex model which predicts just the next token. Okay, so then I would like to discuss some use cases, how we internally in EPAM are using large language models in our practice. Yeah, and I just prepare some list of use cases which I see the most probably interesting one. So first of all, we are using this model for creating a system for question answering from our internal knowledge base. So basically, we are trying to use already pre-trained model like GPT-4 or GPT 3.5, and also we are trying and playing with some custom tuning models using LoRa, etc., but I'm not going to dive into that. So it's quite useful use case. Yeah. So the second use case can be used. GPT model or LM models can be used for validation of legal documents. Let's say, so we have some stream of the documents. People from legal department need to do a lot of checks of this legal document, and basically we can based on some set of rules, check these kind of legal documents and be kind of co-pilot for legal guys. Yeah, it can reduce some risks. So obviously it can be used for zero-shot classification in emails. For example, you have stream of emails. Some of them are annoying. Some of them you kind of would like to just put some folder and forget about them. Some of them quite useful. Yeah, and basically you can describe your instruction. Okay, I'm interested in this topic. Put some emails which are related to this topic into this folder, something like that. Yeah. So, and you don't need to provide any examples. It's zero-shot based on your description of your classes. So obviously, one more thing, it is some summarization. You might have some transcription of meetings and you would like to have some summary, yeah? Or you have some application in your market or feedbacks from some places, yeah? And you would like to generalize them. So to summarize reviews or feedbacks and get the whole picture from particular reviews, let's say. Yeah? So one more case is this entity extraction for text. So let's assume you have CV and you would like to extract hard skills from CV. Yeah, you don't need to provide what is hard skills, etc., etc. You can just ask GPT to please extract hard skills from CV. That's it. Yeah, and providing CV itself. So obviously code conversion or Copilot, it's more for developers and content generation. So why not? We basically can use this for creating deck like that and asking model explain what is transformer for 9 years. Do you hear me? Hopefully, yes. Okay, and let's move on. I just want to highlight some hacks which can be used to kind of squeeze the maximum out of your models. Yeah. So first of all, try to use GPT-4 model first, and then, if needed, downgrade to GPT 3.5 if needed. Yeah. So because of latency, because of price, etc. Because from our experience, we see that GPT-4 can give you the maximum performance, and if you cannot create prompt for GPT-4, I don't think that can be able to do that for GPT 3.5. Yeah. So one more advice is to don't ask the model to give answer immediately. You need ask the model to do some reasoning first. Yeah. So one of the hacks is say, let's think step by step. Yeah, something like that. And model can generate some reasoning and after that give you a more precise answer rather than just generating answer right away. Yeah, try to provide some examples. Yeah, so especially in case of classification. Yeah, so you can provide some examples and it will be converted from zero shot in it's where you just have the description of your targets or your classes, to few shot when you provide how model should behave in some specific conditions, and yeah, provide some examples. And yeah, try to do that, to try to provide examples as diverse as possible. Yeah, it will help model to learn better. Try to numerically evaluate models' accuracy if possible. For example, in case of classification, you can easily do that by using test set. Yeah. And there are a lot of different hacks, I would say, yeah, like self-consistency and other on. So you can educate yourself on some specific website like learnprompting.org, which can help you to do the better kind of job with GPT. And so, yeah, generally you need to be kind of kind of you need to understand psychology, I would say, of GPT to make it work correctly. Yeah, so it's kind of prompt you're asking, and you need to define your prompt as best as you can, based on your understanding of on how it works. So basically, that's it from my side. I'm glad to answer your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Dmitry, very much for this insightful talk. I would say diving deep into the dark matter of large language models, I would say. And I find it especially like interesting for business analysts because we like to dive into details of something unknown. So that's why, like, at least for me, it was quite a really insightful talk. So thank you a lot. And actually, first of all, I wanted to say that there was a comment regarding your slide where you talked about the history and where you described it in quite an interactive way with the horses pictures. So our speaker from the next day, Laura Brandenburg, actually commented it and said that that's a great analogy. So thank you for that. I guess this picture will stay in our minds. And I had a question actually regarding one of the last points you mentioned about like the psychology of the model, and I wanted to ask, like, since you work with such technologies for a while and have investigated, I think, them quite deeply and quite a deep level, do you find yourself a real expert in how like these models work, or there is something like new you learn every day?
Yeah, so I think that nobody can deeply understand. So there are a lot of new kind of things to learn, yeah, from how they are working, why they are not working in some specific scenarios, yeah, etc., etc. Yeah, so and from my point of view, I better understand how it works, how we can evaluate that based on my kind of data science background, and but I see some analogy. Some similar with human behavior sometimes, yeah. So for example, models can hallucinate sometimes, yeah. And I conducting a lot of technical interviews, I would say, yeah. And sometimes people, when there are some type of people when they don't know, they trying to kind of imagine something and say something which would close to kind of what you expect, yeah. So and students on exam, yeah, so some students can just talk but not precisely on what you asked, yeah. So I see some similarities here, yeah. And yeah, so we understanding it better.
Yeah, well, great to know that at least some people like come closer to unleashing all the like hidden secrets of it. Great. So we actually had a talk earlier this day. Minesh and Anna presented it about like how ChatGPT can affect BA work, and there the speakers highlighted that. Using some prompt several times, like if it's repeated over and over again, can bring sometimes less relevant inputs each time you repeat it. So why do you think that could happen, and maybe how it could be explained from the standpoint of models?
Okay, yeah, so I would divide that into possible scenarios. So I don't have the whole context. The first the first possible scenario that people try to use that in a separate session. Yeah, so he asked this question in a separate session, and we've got some results. Yeah, so in this case, it's just a random. Yeah, so new session, any session, any new session is independent from previous one. Yeah, at least for now, and so. This person got this kind of less not that good results several times because of random, yeah. So it's a first scenario. And second scenario, if it was in the chat, so he tried to ask that once model answers something, he tried to ask it one more time in the same session, yeah. Model answers something different, yeah, etc., etc. So and in this case, all the previous answers of the model might affect the new answer of the model. Yeah, because model was in the context, and if person didn't give some instruction that okay, this was not that great answer. Yeah, so and just repeat the question, model might they don't understand why you're asking, and can generate some kind of garbage, I would say. Yeah, so after answer of the model, if you see that it is incorrect, you can ask with more details, and you can say, okay, this part of your kind of answer is not correct. Please try one more time. Yeah, and providing this feedback to the model, you can get to the kind of final better solution, I would say. So give feedback to the model. It's a good kind of solution in this case.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So let's move on to the next question. And as we have seen from your talk, large language models could do really a lot of things. But where do you think it is not rational to use it? I mean, where it is better to stick to some standard tools?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I have a slide. So there are, so internally in the company, we're also trying to understand where the cases where it's great suite, it suits the best, yeah, and where is not. So first of all, if you have some training data, and this amount of training data is large enough that you can train your model. Basically, it's better to train your own model instead of using ChatGPT. So, for example, for, spam classification, yeah. So it will be much faster, it will be much cheaper, and quality of the solution will be way more higher than you can get from GPT. Yeah, so basically the main answer is you have representative data set. It's better to train your own model. Second question, second answer is due to latency or price cost. So if you need to answer immediately, yeah, so maybe it's not a great scenario, yeah. So because there is some latency and the model needs some time to give an answer, right? Even for simple question, yeah. And one more thing is cost, yeah. So if you have millions or billions of examples, yeah, so probably it's not that cheap, I would say, to use this type of models for your use case. Probably it's better to label some data and train a custom model, and yeah, it will be cheaper, etc., etc. So something like that. If you don't have any data, yeah, for example, you need to classify emails and you don't have examples of emails in which folder you like, you can just give description. So okay, this type of emails put in this folder, this type in this folder, yeah. So if you don't have any label data, and if it involves some reasoning, I would say, yeah. So but it's kind of so I can just describe the main things from my point of view, at least.
I see. So do I get right that, for example, if some company wants to use some kind of AI or some generative models, and they're caring about their security and everything, that they don't want to unleash the information, some personal data or something to confidential information to the model, it is better in this case, that's also better to train your own model, even though it might take quite a lot of effort, I guess.
Yeah. But so again, it depends. Yeah. So for example, GPT model on Azure, you can get the right kind of access to the API, which is not logging your data. Yeah, so you just send your data and get the answer and know where it's stores. Yeah, so and basically you are using, for example, Azure or computing instances. Yeah, and you trust them and you trust Microsoft that nobody can misuse it. Yeah, so if you trust the company, why not? Yeah, and if it is something very you can share it with anybody and you need to store it on your own server, etc., etc., yeah, so it's the case. Yeah, in this case, you need to use your own model. It might be expensive, but it depends on the task itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. Good to know. Okay, then let's proceed to the next question. So I guess quite many people have seen the example where some person tried to learn ChatGPT that 2 + 2 = 5 instead of 4. And like it was not actually very successful, even during one session. And basically, overall, you were talking about the fine tuning and how people estimate the results. Considering all that, we as like business analysts, if we want to contribute somehow to teaching of the model or to providing, I don't know, some maybe answers more or less correct in this or that situation, can we do it, or it's not possible at all?
So yeah, I would split this task in two parts again. Yeah. So the first thing is that 2 + 2 = 4 is well known. Yeah, and so it is a fact which quite so difficult to say that it is not 4. Yeah. So at least in some terms. Yeah. So and talking about the how to force model to work as you would like to kind of force the model to follow your rules. So it means that you need to organize your prompt in the way that it can follow your kind of rules. Yeah. So you need to describe, okay, let's assume that ABC. Yeah. So yeah, and so you need to give a context. Yeah. And model can learn out of this context. Yeah. So if you say let's assume 2 = 4 and something like that. Yeah, so model can do that stuff based on your assumption which you integrated in your prompt. Yeah, so it can learn from your prompt how to behave. Yeah, so generally speaking, my answer is to kind of properly define your prompt. Yeah, you can integrate your knowledge and or assumptions in this prompt, and the model will follow. It will follow it.
Okay, well, nice to know that we have at least some influence, or could have some influence on it. Great. And I guess that will be the final question as of now, but dear audience, if you have any other questions, please put them in the chat. Like, do you think that all this fine tuning can continue endlessly, or it has to have some logical end? I don't know. Is it like, will it finish someday, or it will be like an endless process?
Okay, yeah, got it. So currently, what current models cannot do quite well is planning. Yeah. So for now, model like GPT-4 or any models from other companies are using large amount of the data from the internet. Yeah. So and assuming that in, let's say, 5 years, probably we'll reach the point when we cannot use any more data because we kind of reached the internet limitations. So and probably, and also as for the model size, yeah, so we can increase the model size, but for now, if I remember correctly, kind of for OpenAI says that, okay, we reached the limit of the kind of new additional kind of increase in parameters, not leading us to better results, I would say, something like that. Yeah. So we need to discover new ways how we can train our models, and there are a lot of research which is going on. Yeah. So we can teach model how better plan. Yeah, so planning of the model is one of the crucial steps. So if you need to solve complex problem, you need to divide that into sub steps, yeah, and solve each sub-step independently, and then aggregate that and to solve some bigger problem. Yeah. So current model cannot plan very well, but I see a lot of research which is focusing this area. So model will be able to plan much better. Yeah. First of all. Secondly, around hallucination. Yes. So probably we will be able to make it less. More trustful, I would say, yeah, and models will less hallucinate in some future. And also one more interesting, two more interesting, let's say, trends is agents. Yeah, so it is possible generally to create some agents, GPT, LLM based, yeah, I would say, so which follow some kind of rules and it can solve complex tasks. So yeah, I would say that it is one of the possible directions. So models will be more kind of better agents, yeah, I would say. And the second trend is to using APIs. Yeah, so let's assume that your model can use a lot of APIs, and OpenAI is already kind of providing a lot of kind of APIs for that, APIs for APIs, and developing this field. Yes, so and once model will be able to kind of to do complex things, planning, etc., etc. So I think not the amount of the data is the future, but more complicated and sophisticated ways how we can fine tune models, something like that.
Well, that's great, like actually insights again from you. So thank you very much for sharing them. And I guess like we can wrap up, and thank you again, Dmitrii, for this talk. It was really interesting and I guess useful again to dive deep into how it works like inside. So thank you a lot, and thank you the audience for the questions. And we actually encourage our audience to give some feedback on the conference, on the talks. We would appreciate that. And also, please propose your topics on the Mentimeter for the next conference. We would be really inspired by your suggestions. Please stay with us. In 5 minutes, there will be another inspiring talk from our invited speaker, Emal Bariali, who will be talking about the prompt engineering and and give some hints on it. So please stay tuned, and don't forget to leave your feedback and like connect to our social media. So thank you very much, Dmitrii. Thank you, dear audience, and see you in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. This is the last presentation of the day of this BA Excellence Conference event. My name is Francisco. I'm from EPAM, Portugal, and I'm proud to present you Emal. Emal is from Toronto, Canada, and is a senior business analyst and business architect with extensive experience in both waterfall and agile methodologies. He was delivered more than 20 projects and holds a master's degree in the information systems, a bachelor's degree in information technology, and a post-diploma in software and database development. He's also the founder of BAblogs.com to teach business analysts to the next generation of BA professionals. Welcome, Emal. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Francisco. Hi, everyone. Today, I'm here to share with you the latest key findings that we have discovered through the joint research project that we at BA Blocks are working on with our research partners from Herd Consulting. And so I do want this to be an interactive approach, and hopefully we will have some interactions as we're going through. Questions coming up, feel free to put everything in the chat, and we'll have Francisco will come out and help us get access to some of those questions so that we can work through them. The key finding that I want to share with you today has to do a lot more with the business analysis work than it does with the AI, because the key findings that we've found so far are that AI is no replacement for judgment, for your experience, for your critical thinking abilities, or for the deep and rigorous business and systems analysis work that you have to do as part of your job. So if there's anything that you walk away with today, that's the key finding. And we're going to get into quite a bit of detail into prompt engineering so that you understand why we believe this is true today. Now, for many people, I think that hearing that AI is not a replacement for our work, it's a cause for celebration, right? Business analysis is not going anywhere, and we all have the opportunity to continue doing the jobs that we love doing. But the other key finding here is that there is some significant risks that are there for business analysts who may not be as experienced or as well trained. And those are the risks that we're going to be focusing on as part of our conversation today, because I think the most important thing that an analyst can do is to adopt AI in a way where they're mitigating those risks. And some of the best practices that I'm going to be sharing with you today, still a work in progress, but these best practices that we're sharing with you today are aimed at helping to mitigate a lot of those risks that exist. All right. So as part of our agenda, our objective is to understand the process that I'm going to share with you so that you as an analyst can make sure that you're maintaining the rigor of analysis and oftentimes of design work that you have to do as an analyst while incorporating Chat-GPT into your practices. The example that we're going to use from our playbook is the example of user stories. And so we are going to dive deeply into our user stories and look at some of the guidance that we're putting together for business analysts on how to actually develop user stories, specific instructions on how to develop user stories using Chat-GPT. I do also have some resources available where if you're more interested in learning how to use Chat-GPT to do more technical things like SQL queries, I'll show you where you can get access to that resource after when we get close to the end. A little bit more about our research. So we have partnered with a company coming out of the UK called Herd Consulting. And Herd Consulting is basically a team of very highly experienced business analysts that are doing quite a bit of client work with the UK government currently, and with a number of other clients. But myself, as the founder of BA Blocks, and Richard Harrison, who is a principal consultant at Herd, are really spending quite a bit of our own time and resources going through and testing out the tools that are being made available to us. And we're starting to publish the results in what we have titled as the AI Playbook for Business Analysts. And the URL is there, but I'll share more with you about where you can actually get a lot more and start to actually contribute to the research that we're doing. The hope here is that we can start to give very clear, detailed guidance to business analysts on how to adopt AI without really falling victim to many of the risks that exist. All right, that's the overall objective that we have. And we say that we have here, we're saying we have some experienced business analysts. I'll share a little bit of my own experience with you very quickly, just so you can kind of get a sense of where I'm kind of coming from in the research that we're doing. I started studying business analysis in 1999. Not sure how many of you were really around at that time, but I started studying it very early on. And as Francisco mentioned, I've done basically a lot of formal education in business analysis. I first started my BA career in 2005, as soon as I graduated from my master's program. And I've been basically doing nothing since business analysis since 2005. And so we publish a little bit of my career history to give other business analysts an idea of what the different stages of a business analyst career can look like, kind of using my own career as an example. And so there's quite a bit of detail. If you're a younger business analyst and you're just kind of getting into the profession and you want to kind of get a view of what the future of your career might look like, you can kind of use my career as a bit of an example to help you understand that a little bit better. So with all of that said, let's dive right into the subject matter. And so earlier I mentioned about how there are a couple of different risks that exist for business analysts. And the risk of over-reliance is probably by far the biggest risk that you as an analyst are really going to be up against if you're not prepared. And the way that I like to explain this is by using really just like a really simple of how our mind works when it comes to forming opinions based on the information that we receive, right? So if you kind of look at the way that our mind is structured, right, there is usually a lot of information that kind of tries to make its way into our mind and to try to have an effect on the opinions that we form. Now, the way that our mind typically works is that we have, especially as analysts, any information that's coming through here to try to make its way into the back end of our mind here has to go through quite a few obstacles, right, before we adopt information as opinion, right? And so we don't just listen to what somebody says and automatically form our opinions, right? That's, as analysts, our brains just don't work that way. There is a massive amount of experience, of judgment, critical thinking, and again, very deep analysis work that we have to perform to be able to vet what it is that we hear before we form our opinions. And these opinions really are the opinions that our clients, our customers rely on, especially when we're more experienced. Those are the opinions that they rely on to make business decisions or to make technical decisions in their work. And so the opinions that we hold as analysts is incredibly valuable, especially I, as a consultant, I'm oftentimes asked for my opinion on certain very complicated subjects. And I have to be very judicious about the kind of opinions that I hold and the kind of guidance that I provide to my clients because of the consequences that it can hold. So these opinions here, I don't form my opinions very easily, right? And most business analysts don't either, because of the fact that we have these critical thinking faculties that filters out a lot of the bad information that is really trying to form our opinions. Now, when it comes to over-reliance, one of the risks that we're starting to see is that on the spectrum of trustworthiness of information, there we believe that AI falls somewhere kind of in the middle. And I'll explain to you what I mean by that. Whenever there are reliable sources of information, or what we've deemed to be reliable sources of information, typically those sources tend to get a lot less scrutiny before they form our opinions, right? So if you, for example, have learned that a person that you respect, a person whose opinions you respect because they've demonstrated to you and they've kind of built up that trust with you, and you now see them as a reliable source, there's a high likelihood that anytime they give you guidance, you're going to do a lot less scrutiny on that because you trust that source, right? And so that reliable source, really like the most reliable source at the top end of the spectrum, is up here, and that requires little scrutiny. Unreliable sources are the total opposite. Anytime there's an unreliable source, they may or may not have true or good information, but you have to perform your due diligence by making sure that you apply your experience, your judgment, critical thinking, all of the faculties that make you a good analyst. Those things have to be applied. AI tools right now, we believe, kind of falls somewhere on the lower end of that spectrum. But some of the tips that I'm going to share with you can actually bump up the reliability of ChatGPT itself. So after this talk, hopefully you'll be in a position where you can use ChatGPT in a way where you yourself are making it more reliable through your own actions. Okay. So that is the one major risk that we're going to try to overcome today. The second risk, I want to actually ask the audience a question, and you can put your answers in the chat. We'll come back to it, but I'll ask you a question about how many of the folks that are listening today were around in the year 2000 when Google started to become popular. And so just go ahead and put your answers in the chat, because for those of you who were around, you'll probably remember that when Google started to get popular, there's this term called just Google it that also kind of started to kind of make its way into the language, everyday language that people are using it. And so now, 23, 24 years later, we say, I'm just going to Google it, right? It's already part of our language. But there was a time, I remember a time when that wasn't the case. And when Google came out, that language came out. But more importantly, it is the thought process behind that language that, for us, poses a bit of a risk, because this whole idea of the just Google it mentality is now so ingrained in the way that we think, in the way that we function, that we're starting to see a lot of people try to use ChatGPT in the same way that they use Google. And that is, that's a pretty big mistake, if I have to be a little bit blunt about it. And so, again, our process is going to help you kind of rewire your brain a little bit, and start using the tool in a way that's going to be effective for you. All right. So for those of you, again, who were around in the 2000s, I hope you're here with me, because I don't want to feel that old. I do remember it. But more importantly, I think it is the language and the thought process behind that. You have to make sure that you're not applying here to ChatGPT. And admittedly, saying let me ChatGPT that probably isn't as catchy, which is what this Instagram user here also agrees with. But the thought process is there, and we're starting to see, again, a lot of people trying to use ChatGPT in that way, right? So that usage pattern, the way that it typically works is that somebody will usually just open up ChatGPT, they'll start asking it questions, and essentially the process looks something like this, right? It's very similar to the let me Google it kind of mentality that we have, or that process that we use. But a lot of folks just open up ChatGPT, they submit a request, they extract a response, and then they try to figure out how to integrate it into what it is that they're trying to do, right? That might be a deliverable that you're producing. It might be an email you're trying to write. It could be anything, right? That mentality, again, is going to produce results, I'll show you an example of how a business analyst might use this to try to prompt ChatGPT to get what they want. So our example here, for example, would be, you can go ahead and read it, but let's say our prompt says that we want ChatGPT to start giving us some user stories that we want to put on our product backlog because we're really on the cusp of starting a CRM implementation project or a sales reinvention type of project inside of a company, a sales revitalization project, right? There's the likelihood of an untrained analyst or somebody who is still using that just Google it mentality. There's a very high likelihood that they're going to start using it in this way. Now, will this produce results? Sure. It'll give you what you ask it for. You got to understand that ChatGPT specifically is very pleasant and usually doesn't put up a lot of resistance. And so anything you ask it, it'll give you an answer. But is that answer any good is the thing that we should all be thinking about. Because if you take this approach, what's likely to happen is that ChatGPT is going to give you a list of things. And if you, going back to what we talked about earlier, if you just submit your request, you extract a response, and you just start trying to integrate it into your work products, you're kind of falling into a bit of a pitfall that exists in the usage of AI. All right. Now, the alternative to doing this is to take a much more structured approach. And that structured approach is the output of what we're putting out in our AI playbook to give business analysts very clear guidance on how to produce specific types of deliverables using the usage pattern that we're going to be talking about. And Francisco, if we do have any questions and you feel like there's something relevant to what I'm talking about, feel free to just stop me and ask the question as we're going through. I don't mind answering them as we're going through the workshop here. All right. So the question that we asked, this risky approach, as we like to call it, is that you use the Google it mentality, get an output and try to integrate it. The structured approach, as you're going to see, gives you really our biggest best practice recommendation that we can make, which is that you have to make sure that you split out your interaction into 6 distinct, clearly defined steps. And it may seem like a simple thing, but once you start to see the benefit that it has, you'll realize that the simplicity of a process like this can actually magnify the quality of the output you get by many times over. Okay. And so the 6 steps that we recommend as part of our main guidance right now is that you have to make sure that before you do anything inside of AI that you clarify your own ask. You have to make sure you understand what it is that you're asking for. And oftentimes just going to a system and typing something like this doesn't necessarily give AI what it needs to give you a good response because you haven't clarified your ask in an example. And I'll show you an example in just a second. So step number 1 is that we want to make sure that we're clarifying our ask, and then we start to design our prompt. Step number 3 has to do with actually interacting with AI. So you see that we're basically doing 2 steps before we even open up ChatGPT, right? That level of discipline, if you can have that kind of discipline, you start to build up the habits that you need as an analyst to be able to get the results that you want. Step number 4 is to evaluate the response. We don't have we have clear guidance, but we can't share it yet until we continue our research. But you have to make sure that you're applying a lot of those critical thinking skills that we talked about a little bit earlier to make sure that you're vetting what AI is telling you. And I think we have heard many of our speakers repeat the same message, and I'm going to repeat it again, is that the level of reliability that these tools have today at their current stage needs to be vetted. It's not a trustable source of information. Step number 5 is to make sure that you iterate. And as agile practitioners, we understand the value of iteration. I don't think I have to elaborate on that too much, but we'll see examples. Step number 6 is when you start to finally integrate into your work. And so if you follow this process, you'll start to see that you probably have to go through multiple iterations of this before you can even think about integrating it into your work. And that level of discipline is what you need to start building. And that's why we make this our biggest recommendation is that the recommendation is a habit forming recommendation that is going to give you the opportunity to think more rigorously at each step. All right. So again, if we do have any questions, yeah, please pop them up. I'm just going to kind of move right through if we don't. Now, as part of the playbook, our goal is to apply this pattern to the major deliverables, the major activities that we perform as business analysts. So we've chosen a relatively easy one. User stories tends to be something that a lot of people are familiar with, but it's a relatively easy use case to try to tackle. And so we started with that, and we started to build some very clear guidance around how you can start generating user stories. And if you start to follow our process, right, instead of opening up ChatGPT and starting to ask it for user stories the way that a novice user might, if you follow our process and clarify your ask, you will start to understand that there's a lot of experience, judgment, knowledge that you have to apply. Our playbook is going to give you some of the main considerations that you have to take into account when you are starting to clarify your ask. And again, the ChatGPT window is nowhere in sight here. Okay, I've started to build the discipline in my own practices to make sure that anytime I need to use AI, it's closed. I need to clarify my ask before I actually go to the tool. And this will, our first release of the playbook will do that for you when it comes to user stories. Bit of a preview. What do we know as analysts? As analysts, we know that we can't just ask for user stories because we know that user stories typically don't get created in isolation, and they are usually not the first step that we have to go to as part of our work. What is the first step? Role analysis. You cannot get a good, clear set of user stories until you've performed your role analysis, and we really kind of give you some guidance on some of the things that you have to be very explicit about with ChatGPT to make sure that you're doing your role analysis properly. The definition of your epics, right? Your requirements architecture. Have you defined the overall architecture of what it is that you're trying to achieve? And again, if you try to just dive right into the user story level without going through this level of thinking, will you get the job done? Yes, likely. Are you going to be able to do a quality job in a structured way that addresses all of your customers' concerns? Likely not, right? Do your role analysis, define your epics, right? And then you ask for user stories. And so as part of the best practices of clarifying your ask, this is our current recommendation. This may change a little bit between now and when we actually release this. This is a bit of an early preview of the playbook. But when you get down to the user story level, that's really kind of the easier part of things, because the most difficult part oftentimes is usually the role analysis. But when you get down to the user story level, we talk about format and detail, right? There are a lot of different ways you can write your user stories. What is the preference of your team, right? What is the preference of your developers? Are your customers, your stakeholders on the other side of the fence, are they going to be able to understand the format that you're using, right? And so you have a lot of different formats here, but again, you have to clarify which one. There's a level of detail issue that comes out when you are starting to try to use AI in producing this. And I'll show you a very good example of how, when you've clarified your ask using these types of parameters, right? You're not just going to AI to try to lean on it heavily to do your analysis work. Knowing this comes through education, it comes through practice, it comes through experience, right? This is the clarification of the ask that now helps you to build your prompt. And when you get to that step, you'll notice that as soon as we get to step number 2, again, no ChatGPT window anywhere in sight. I personally do all of my prompt engineering inside of Microsoft Word for a couple of different reasons, but you use a text editor. You can use Notepad, whatever tool you have at your disposal. Make sure you haven't opened the ChatGPT window yet, because you start to see that once you've clarified your ask based on experience, knowledge, training, whatever it is that you've done to build this up, you start to see those words appearing inside of your prompt. And so the difference between a prompt like this and just going to ChatGPT and asking it for a list of user stories for your project, you're going to get completely different responses. And I'll show you the response that ChatGPT gave to us based on this in a minute. All right. Overall message here, again, a lot less about the tool, a lot more about your analysis, judgment, right? Forming your opinions, you have to have a very high barrier for how you form your opinions. And again, most analysts do. When you build the discipline to use the tools in the right way, you start to get the right output. Now, in this example, instead of me just going and asking it, you see how much context I would provide. And I'm going to be making this prompt available to you inside of ChatGPT at the end of this. So don't worry if you don't worry about having to read it all. The overall message here is that there is a lot of context and a couple of tips that I'm going to share with you about what to include and what not to include when you're prompting ChatGPT in the way that we have here. But hopefully, if I was to actually go back, hopefully you're starting to see the difference between this prompt. Before we even get the response, you're starting to see the difference between that prompt and a prompt that a novice user or an inexperienced business analyst might use, right? This is 2 sentences typed directly into the ChatGPT window. The way to properly prompt ChatGPT and possibly future AI systems is to do it in the way that we've described here. I'm not getting any of the comments or the feedbacks, so I'm sure that there are. Francisco, I'll rely on you to stop me. But again, I'll just keep on moving forward. Hopefully, everybody's good with what we've talked about so far. All right, so we talked about the designing of the prompt. Now, a couple of tips that I would give to you in designing your prompt. Again, I've repeated it multiple times as a habit-forming practice. Make sure you don't open ChatGPT first. Brainstorm in Microsoft Word is my preferred tool, but any other tool that you have that lets you focus on clarifying your ask. Second tip is that I would say that you should learn to speak to ChatGPT like a person. Okay, so if I go back to my prompt here, you see that I start this is the kind of conversation I would have with like a trusted advisor that I'm trying to gain some insight from. And I use language, very conversational language, because you start to see that ChatGPT, in your conversational language, you're giving it hints that you might not even necessarily realize that you're giving to it, right? There's so much communication that happens between humans where information is exchanged where you might not even realize that you're exchanging that information. But when it's just kind of baked into the way that you speak, right? When you start to speak to ChatGPT, it starts to pick up on some things that you might even not have known, right? And so using natural language, speaking to it like it's a person, will oftentimes give you better results. Tip number 3 is that you have to be very clear about your expectations. All right, and we'll look at the prompt again, but in the prompt that I gave it here is that I set a very clear expectation of what it is that I'm looking for. Okay. So I said, I'd like you to understand the factors that I'm sharing with you. I want you to make sure you're asking me any follow-up questions that you have. And I want you now to guide me through the process until we've ended up with a draft set of user stories that are specifically designed for the situation on our project. Very clear, very specific guidance on what you're looking for. If we compare that again, if we were to go back and compare that to this prompt, can you give me a list of user stories I can put into my backlog? I mean, it's clear, but is it going to achieve results? Not the way that this prompt will. And we've tested this, and I can guarantee you now that this prompt generates a significantly different response than the prompt that we used earlier. All right. Moving on to step number 3 for submitting a request. The only tip that we have for you at this point is that there are some limitations possibly with the tool. There's a whole lot of analysis related stuff that's at this level, but there are some limitations of character limits or word limits that GPT 3.5 has right now. GPT-4 extends that by quite a bit, but if you are using either version of these and your prompt, you've put so much work into your prompt that it becomes very big, you may have to split that out. And again, that is actually a benefit, because when you split it out, it gives you the opportunity to have a more human-like conversation, right? If you can imagine, you don't just approach a person and just give them you don't just tell them everything that you want and then expect for them to reply. There's always kind of like a back and forth between in a real conversation. This limitation is actually a bit of a benefit because it kind of forces you to have that conversation if your prompt gets too long. We're reserving judgment on and we're kind of reserving our guidance on the evaluation, because as experienced analysts, we know how to do it, but to communicate that to the rest of the business analysis community, we are building it out basically as a clear set of things that you should be considering. And so we're not at the point where we're ready to share the evaluation option yet, but this is, I would say, probably as important as designing your response, because this is really the point. If I was to go back to this image that we talked about here, the evaluation of the responses is really what forms a huge part of you forming a barrier to the bad information that might try to affect your opinions, right? So that evaluation, we are taking our time with it to make sure we do it right. So with all of those things said, I would say that the 5th step of iterating on your ask is key. And I know all of these steps are important, but that's a reason why they're all separate steps. Because if you try to mush them all into one, there's no way that you can really kind of think clearly about how am I going to iterate on my ask. Okay, so I'll use this now to kind of walk you through the response that ChatGPT gave to us using the prompt that we just kind of looked at, right? So as part of iterating our response, you already know that our playbook is going to help you clarify your ask on a specific topic, but you're not going to open up ChatGPT. You're going to open up Microsoft Word or something like it, and you're going to build your prompt using the major factors that we talked about. And then once you prompt it, you start to see how it responds. This prompt here, it even actually kind of shocked us in the response that it gave, because it confirmed for us that it understands exactly what it is that we're trying to do. It really just kind of, just like an analyst oftentimes speaking to an executive would, right? You echo back. It echoed back for us what the factors were, right? And what it actually did is it took us up on the offer of asking us follow-up questions. And that is already now, you're in a completely different ballpark now when it comes to value, right, of that you're getting from AI, because it is now starting to behave like an analyst, right? Sure, I'll give you essentially the ChatGPT's attitude here is that, yeah, I understand what you're asking for, but let me ask you a couple of follow-up questions so I understand a couple of the factors a little bit better so that I can give you a better response, right? That's exactly what it's done for us here. And it says, for example, hey, if we're working on an agile project and we have a user story format, can you provide me more information about the role analysis process? What specific aspects of roles are you looking to analyze? Well, wouldn't you know it, that our playbook actually gives you some recommendations on aspects that we need to consider, right? And so now you're going back to your original analytical thinking, experience, guidance, training to give it what it wants so that it can do your job for you. I'm hoping that you're starting to see the pattern of usage and the value of separating these steps in the way that we have been. So if you were to look at that response, right, what it has essentially done is regurgitated. It has asked us the follow-up questions. And as part of this, when we saw this, we really knew that we kind of had designed our prompt really, really well. And that's when we were comfortable moving to the next step. And again, our next step wasn't to start typing right in ChatGPT. If I was to actually pull up the document, you would see that I took all of the questions that it had and I started to go line by line and I started to give it answers to every single question that it had asked. So, hey, can you provide me with more information about the role analysis process? Absolutely. We want to understand the hierarchy of roles. We want a clear definition of the different roles that exist that you think exist inside of our company. How do these roles interact with the proposed CRM system that we're looking to implement? How do these roles interact with each other? How do these customer roles that are going to be around, how are they going to interact with I think that was a bit of a repeat. But regarding the Gherkin format, we also gave it some guidance, essentially. So I won't go through all of it, but this role goal benefit format plus the Gherkin format for the acceptance criteria is what we chose for this example. And again, we could essentially walk through the entire thing here, the entire conversation, but hopefully by this point, you've already understood what the value of this is. Okay. And if you are interested in the conversation, there is this link right here where you can actually go through and it'll open it up in a ChatGPT window for you and ask you if you want to continue this conversation yourself. And this link, I'll show you. You don't have to copy this down or anything like that. We've created a page on our website where you can actually just go and click on that and it'll open it up in a ChatGPT window for you and take it for a spin. We've made both of our prompts available to you at both the early prompt that I showed you with the risky one and this one. So don't worry about having to copy any of the URLs or anything like that. Keeping an eye on the time and making sure that we have time for answers, I'll try to wrap this up a little bit more quickly with step number 6. A few tips for step number 6, integrating it into your work. Once you've done all of your refinement and all of your iteration, a few things you should consider at this point. Our guidance at this point is that you have to make sure that you adopt a mindset of less is better, right? It's less is better is the mantra of one of my favorite architects who architected a lot of the buildings in Chicago and New York and in Toronto. But his mindset was that we need to strip things down to their basic form and we have to make sure that we have function, right? And this is an architect's way of designing really modern, minimalistic architecture. You have to adopt that mindset as well for your work. Lean deliverables. Just because you have text doesn't mean you incorporate it into your work. Strip out everything that does not fit. Okay. A lot of junior analysts sometimes kind of have this mindset where they think, okay, well, if I produce a lot of content, it might seem like if I produce a lot of content, it might seem like I've done more work. That's not true. It's the total opposite. The more you can summarize and distill your work, the better it is across everybody, because distilled, summarized work is what has true impact. Okay. Second tip that we have here is that you have to make sure that there's an alignment between the language that's used specifically inside of your own company and the work that you're producing, because things will very quickly start to look like they're out of place, or it'll be very obvious that you've basically just cut stuff out of AI and pasted it into your work deliverables if you don't make the necessary adjustments to fit it into the language that your company uses. And every company has a very specific lexicon that nobody really defines for you. Just by the nature of you being inside of a company, you start to learn the way that people speak and the way that people refer to certain things, certain concepts, important concepts within their business. You have to make sure that you create that alignment, because again, ChatGPT may not necessarily have that context. It usually doesn't, unless you've really baked it into your prompts, and unless you've really kind of refined and iterated your prompts. You're going to have to do some extra work, even when after all of those iterations, to make sure that the quality of your work material, as soon as somebody reads it, it doesn't look like it was generated by somebody who doesn't understand the inner workings of your company. Tip number 3, a bit smaller tip, but your personality matters, whether you believe it or not, right? A lot of folks who get into larger companies tend to think that they have to completely shed their own personality out of everything, and that's not a good way to operate. Okay, you have to be respectful, you have to be professional at all times, of course, but people like dealing with people, and that doesn't change with AI. And so you have to make sure that you don't let the robot speak on your behalf. And this may not be as relevant for the deliverables, but if you're using ChatGPT to help you communicate, this starts to become a very big thing, because you want to make sure you're not speaking in a robotic tone that doesn't reflect your personality, right? There is oftentimes people kind of, I find, get a little bit confused if they see that your emails have a certain tone, but when you speak to them in person, it's a totally different tone. There's a bit of a disconnect there, right? And a robot like ChatGPT, which it is still a robot, that can magnify or widen that gap between, who you really are as a person versus how you come across by using AI. And so you have to make sure you don't let it do that, because it might seem like a small thing, but your personality is an important part of building relationships that is a critical part of you being able to get effective work done, right? And so you have to make sure that the robot doesn't strip all of that stuff out as you're starting to use it. We are at 45 minutes after, and so I think I might be a couple of minutes over. It looks like we do have some questions.
Yes, we have. First of all, excellent presentation. I love it. Thank you. So we have some 5 questions, I think. The first one is, as a BA, comes an urgent task to get prepared for the workshop with a group of stakeholders for tomorrow. And I still need some time to dive into the context. Do you think ChatGPT can help me here in some way to speed up the process? It seems that continuous evaluation and refining may take quite a considerable time.
Okay. Can you read that first part of the sentence? I'd like to get an understanding of what it is that they're trying to do.
As a BA, comes an urgent task to get prepared for the workshop with a group of stakeholders for tomorrow.
Yes. Okay. So I would say that use the tool as best as you can, but try to incorporate as much of what we're saying. You may not be able to iterate, but keep in mind, the key thing to keep in mind here is that you don't want to, especially when you're running a workshop, especially if it's a workshop that's in person, you don't want folks to think that the robot is doing your job for you. I think that might be probably one of the bigger risks. Unfortunately, AI is not a substitute. If I was to go back to share this slide here, right? If it is not a substitute for our jobs. So you can use it to the best of your abilities, but if you're under a time squeeze, it might help you a little bit. It won't do your job for you, unfortunately. So I appreciate the fact that that's actually our first question, because in our AI playbook, that is one of the requests that have been made for us to explore best practices around using ChatGPT for workshops. So that's something for you to look forward to in the future. I'm afraid I can't help you necessarily for your workshop tomorrow if that's a real workshop.
Okay. So other question. How often had you run over a case when the prompt you created based on the guide you talked about initially didn't need any further clarification and you got an acceptable result right from the start?
How often did I get an acceptable result without having to go through the process that we've recommended? Never yet. So I would say that, and that's part of the reason why we started to build this out, because I'll tell you that I'm not immune to some of these things that we talked about. The reason why we understand that there is this Google mentality is because I went through this process myself. And so I went into it with the exact same mindset. I said, we have ChatGPT now. It's going to solve our problems for us. I learned the hard way that it doesn't. And so the answer to the question very specifically is that it never has. And so we're now starting to build, as we learn how to use it for our own work as business analysts, we're starting to build out these best practices.
And another question, are there still any BA tasks that could be done faster without using language models by the BA himself? Or do such tools from now on should be considered as an eternal partner through BA activities?
I think that I would say the second one. I would say that the way that I think about it is that I can do my job well without the help of AI, but I can add a lot more value if AI is sitting there as a trusted advisor and I know how to leverage it. Now, in the short run, you might think that I can do my work just fine without the help of AI. In the long run, what's likely going to happen is that there's going to be a set of analysts who basically have an unfair advantage over another set of analysts because of the fact that they are leveraging AI, right? And so in professional sports, for example, some people will use steroids to cheat. Think about it the same way, except it's not really cheating. It's available to everybody. It's just a matter of who chooses to adopt it. So do you want to be a massive high performer 5 years from now? If the answer is yes, you don't have any other choice but to use AI.
Okay. Now in our page of YouTube, how to understand when to split and what is remembered out of several chunks?
Splitting user stories, is that the question? Is how do we know when to split a user story?
I think it's when I understand that you are explaining to us to write a Word document with all the steps that we need, but sometimes there are some limitations on the software, so we have to split it in several. I think is this that the person is asking.
So the question is steps for how to split our prompts. Okay. So I would say that a pattern that works really well is try to give it as much as possible until you hit the character limitations, and then ask it, are you ready for me to share further details? And typically what it'll do is it'll split your response up, and ChatGPT will absorb what it is that you've shared with it, and it'll normally respond. I believe we had that in here. We didn't magnify it. But we have, I have numerous examples where I've had to split my prompts up. The way I typically do it is I put the first part of my prompt and I say, I have more to share with you before you respond. Are you ready for the next part? And it'll say, yes, please tell me more. And I'll continue to do that until I fed it everything that I need to. Oftentimes I'll say, do you have any follow-up questions on what I just told you before I share with you the rest of what I need to share? And so again, you see that the tip of using ChatGPT like a trusted advisor and speaking to it like a human becomes a massive tip. So imagine you're just speaking to a person, right? Instead of just giving them a brain dump of everything that you're looking for, imagine you're speaking to a person. How much information can they absorb? Start working with it in that way and see if that works for you.
Thank you. Another one. How can we understand when to stop if evaluation of the prompt doesn't bring any results?
The shortest answer to that question lies in here and in here. How do you know? This is the eternal question for every business analyst. When are your requirements done? Right? It's the exact same question. The answer is that there are factors that determine that, right? And so typically you have time frame. So if you give me a year to do requirements, I'm going to take a year to do very, very good requirements. Chances are I probably have about 50 to 60% of the time that I actually need to do my job. So time starts to become a constraint. How do you start evaluating? Is you have a time constraint. That's probably one of the biggest ones that's going to affect you, because again, it's the exact same question as when are my requirements done? A lot of this evaluation that we do is very similar to us evaluating our work or evaluating the work of one of our peers. When is it done? Well, it has enough value to move to the next stage. And determining that level of value, unfortunately, takes experience and judgment. So you have to go through the process. And you'll eventually build up an instinct to say, no, this is good enough. And that instinct is essentially what experience is. Experience is basically you building up a set of instincts that work really well. So unfortunately, there's no easy answer to that one.
And we have a curious question here. Remember when we have a question about how many times that you have a result, a good result, acceptable result right from the start. Mm-hmm. Now we have another question that is, and what about the result with the usage of that steps that you described? How often the result was acceptable after applying these steps?
I would say probably a good 80% of the time we get the results that we want. And so if you remember earlier when I talked about trustworthiness is low, your success rate with using AI increases dramatically with how well you structure these steps that we talked about. So for example, when I first started to talk, I told you the trustworthiness is here. And if you recall, I had said that there's a way for you to boost the trustworthiness of these sources. Applying these principles just increases the chances. And so we've kind of, if I have to estimate, I'd say a good 80% of the time we're getting almost exactly what we need. Or we bring it up to a point where we realize this has just saved me 2 days worth of work in an hour and a half of using this. I'm going to take it from here, right? But the practices are what help you to increase the quality of information you're going to get, and that increases the trustworthiness of the source. So short answer is 80%, but a longer answer is everything depends on how well you adopt these practices.
All right, thank you. We have almost out of time, but I have one more question here. That is, what's next? What's your opinion for the future of AI?
we think if you saw this icon right here, the Copilot icon, that is the tool that we think has even more potential than ChatGPT for business analysts. And the reason why we believe that is that Copilot has advertised the ability to train unique models for an actual organization. So a company that adopts Copilot can train the machine on its own set of information that it has inside of their Microsoft products. And that now opens up the ability for you to start asking very detailed questions, such as, the use case I'm looking forward to is I want to be able to go to Copilot for a specific company and say, based on the current company's operating procedures, explain to me how they onboard a new employee based on their procedures specifically. And Copilot, having been trained on that data set, which is the procedures and everything else that it has access to, will give me now a much unique response. And essentially what that does is it cuts my current state analysis time down significantly. And now I can start focusing on the future state, because the information that I would normally have to dig through as part of my current state analysis is now much more easily accessible. So that's a specific use case that we have our eye on. And so Microsoft Copilot, I believe, is our next major thing that we're looking for. But if you want more info on this, bablocks.com/AI is where we publish our latest findings. So even these findings yet have not been published there yet. So you guys are the first ones to hear a lot of the guidance that we're giving today.
Okay, thank you, Imal. It was a very, very good presentation. We all learn a lot. And I want to share with with the persons that are seeing us, that please leave us your feedback. Your opinion is important for us. And
if you don't mind, Francisco, I'd just like to make sure that there is a time-sensitive resource that we have available that closes July 13th for anybody who wants to learn. I just want to make sure that you have access to all of these resources as well if you're trying to learn the profession and everything else. There is time-sensitive resource, but if you go to bablocks.com/resources, there's a ton of other stuff that you can learn about how to actually do this job really well. So I'll just kind of leave that there with you as well.
Okay. Thank you, Imal. Thank you all. Please join us tomorrow for the second day of this BA Excellence Conference, and we'll have more 6 presentations, very good ones also. So see you tomorrow. Have a really nice day. Thank you, Imal.
Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
hello everyone again for today. Thank you, Emal, for his great talk. It was really incredible. I hope he will join us for the next conference if he will have a good mood. Yeah, I'll share it with you on YouTube two links. One to YouTube of Emal's channel and also BA Blogs resources, links that he suggested us to look on. And I want you to remind you that you can give us suggestions for the next conference. We will we will be looking on them very closely because we want to show you the most important information for you. So please use the QR code or Minty and the passcodes that you see on the slide and leave us topics that you really want to see. Okay, I think you all scanned it. And the next thing is it's a ending of our first day of PA Excellence Conference, Q2 2023, IE Assistance for PAs, day 1. And we also have day 2, so please leave us feedback and maybe we will make the day 2 even better for you. So yeah, please scan the QR code that you see on screen. Or you can write your feedback just directly to the YouTube or your community platform where you're watching our conference. We will be glad to look through all your comments. Thank you for today. Today was very great day, full of great performances. And see you next time. See you tomorrow. Bye.